It's been a while since I hit all these buttons. Let's see if they work. How was the vacation? Ah, the kids liked it. What's this? Why do I have three? Oh, that's weird. It switched to 360p and then 1080p. I want 160p. There we go. Nice that I got the quality options though. Well, hello everybody. This is stream number 404. I'm going to try to do a mix of C++ and Rust today, since I know some people like to see Rust, some people like to see C++. I like to do both of them. I am still learning Rust, so today I thought I would, hold on, let me hide this. I thought I would maybe learn about Rust macros today. But I also have some SQLite stuff to work on. So, oh, what happened? I had that open. Oh, wrong folder, that's why. There we go. So C++ code I'm doing in the middle of a migration of data for my game from JSON to a database for my entity component system. And I've already written all the code to do create, update, and delete. So all the writing to the database, and I'm towards between the middle and the end of doing selecting stuff from the tables, reading back from the database when the game loads. So I only have 5 different table sets to work on, but these are some of the bigger tables. So NPCs and players, basically character data in the game, there's quite a lot of it. Quest and tileset data aren't so bad. Maybe I'll start with those today. But yeah. And so, hello, Cat Peasant, Nui, Dr. Padawan, C17R. How are you all doing today? Yeah, so I was on vacation, and it was just a chance for the kids to meet some of their cousins, and so there was a lot of kids. I just kind of chilled, listened to audiobooks. That's kind of my thing. Used to be Manir Play. Okay. I do remember Manir Play. I'm kind of bummed that Twitch doesn't let you see username histories. But maybe that's for the best. Yeah, so I had to get back into the swing of doing Twitch streams. Not only was I on vacation, but there's also some talks about me doing some contract work. We'll see how it's going. It's taking a while to figure out how to set that stuff up. And it's not on my end, it's on the client's end. So anyway, it might be that I have to stream less for a while if I'm going to be working on that contract stuff. But I still want to try to at least do some streaming. And I don't want to, the work that I've been doing for the last couple of years on this game, which you can see right here, I don't want it to stagnate to the point where, like, I feel a desire to like reboot it, restart it. I want to keep the momentum going, and so there's going to be a bit of work that I want to keep doing, kind of stay motivated doing, which is based on a lot of C++ code, some JavaScript code, some Lua, but at the same time I also want to start to introduce more and more Rust because I really like the language. And while I was on vacation, I actually finished the work I was doing from the last time I was streaming, which is I ported this tool called Moon Unit to Rust. So it's completely done now. It is pretty cool. If you didn't see me working on this before, how best to describe it? It looks like Google Test, but what it actually does, how best to describe it? Probably if I go to Runner, it would make more sense. What it actually does is it uses a Lua interpreter. And what does it do with that Lua interpreter? It loads a script. So that is loading a script and then running a function in it. And the function that we do is to look up tests that have been registered by unit tests for Lua, and then call them, and then track whether or not they pass or they fail. And so it fits into my test runner stuff here. Right here. I can now run my unit tests, and the test runner is written in Rust. It used to be written in C++. So it impersonates Google test, but it fits right in alongside the other test runners that look like either are Google tests or look like Google test, so that you can see all of your unit tests and run them, and they're actually in Lua, not C++. Don't tell Google. Don't tell the extensions. Bye. Hey there, Nightshade dude. How are you doing today? Seriously, everyone is doing Rust. Our project manager once got in the room and told us to rewrite in Rust, but he got yeeted out of the room by the lead dev right away. Hey there, man, 2003. Or this is mobile man, right? Man on mobile. The tests seem faster too. I don't really know. The amount of time it takes to run the test varies a lot. I guess I could do a side-by-side comparison. Let's see. Let me try that, because I do have this set up to run, right? So the old runner is under build VS Code Moon unit. And actually, to be fair, I should probably run the release build, right? Hold on. That would be like Moon unit release. Yeah, Moon unit. There we go. Okay, so 260 milliseconds, 251, 261, 246. So roughly 250 milliseconds. Now let me run the Rust version. So that would be target release Moon unit. 289, 236, 200. So it's about the same, actually. And maybe to be more fair, I ought to pipe this to a file. Out.cpp. And then cat the files. So 142 for C++, 155. So they're about the same. I imagine most of the time is spent actually in the Lua interpreter itself, and not either not in Rust, or really there's not much difference between these two for this one. To try doing them in parallel, I think speed won't change. To do these in parallel, I would have to have each test have an instance of Lua, so that they don't accidentally collide with each other. So I actually haven't made a design for that. I just run them in series. The test runner, the Google test runner already does, as far as I know, it doesn't support running them in parallel anyway, so it's not like I'm missing a feature. It would be completely new. Anyway, so yeah, I did that while I was on a vacation. Most of the work actually was trying to, what was it? Trying to figure out a few things. Like how to define running the tests and making the generics. I'm trying to get into the habit of using asref whenever we want to be sort of more inclusive of what types of things could be given for strings. So this is something that could become a reference to a slice, a string slice, right? And then this error delegate, figuring this out was a big help. So we need a delegate that we're going to call whenever an error happens. And that's the signature of the delegate. But then the copy allows me to not have to worry so much about sharing references to the closure. We just copy the closure. Both hooking Lua, so there's no benefit to Rust versus C++. I don't think so. I don't think there's really that much of benefit. It was mostly just an exercise to play with Rust and to get some more experience writing it. Figure out things such as that. So, and I probably haven't gotten this completely idiomatic. There's probably a lot of things wrong with this. This kind of sticks out to me. Doesn't that look the same? What did it do? Okay, so this one, there's no error. There's two error delegate calls. Oh, I remember why. This was something I had to figure out with mlua, that you can have an error inside an error if it was generated from a callback, and yet I had to basically unwind and get the inner error out here. Yeah. Anyway, finish that while on vacation. I want to start today with doing some C++, but I will get to the Rust. So I'll try to maybe do an hour or so of doing some work towards completing this goal, and then I would really like to know more about Rust macros. So I'd really like to play around with making a macro and try to understand how they work. Beneficial to me, that's exactly right, Nightshade dude. All right, so let me do current task. So making some progress in porting the, well, not porting, in migrating my game's data from JSON to SQLite. So all of this is in components.cpp. I think the last one I did was zone or tile or one of those, so let me go find those. Zone. Okay, this is the creator update. Here we go. So there are a bunch of closures here, function objects, one for each kind of entity in the game. For example, this is the one for zone. This is how we read zone information from the database into memory so that we can run the game. And I think I'm going to follow the same pattern where I'll mostly delegate to functions that are supposed to extract what we need from certain tables. This is the generic one where we're saying the zone table fits with the zone component, and here are the columns. The name of the column in the database, and the name of the key corresponding in the JSON, and then the type in the database. And then this is when we can't use a more generic one, when it needs to be more specific. Let me follow that down. Their turn forever. Wondrous world of macros, walking the fine line between helpful and completely magic. Yeah, I want to become a magician in Rust. At least understand how that magic works. So, for example, when we were working with JSON in Rust, that was in, where was it? One of the main.rs's. Was it not main.rs? It was common.rs. Oh, that's weird. Do I not have a file named common.rs anymore? Oh, I might have moved it to lib.rs. In common. Oh no, the module is called common, right? I forget all this stuff, but I did. It's been too long. Yeah, like this JSON macro that you can put JSON, I think it's literally JSON syntax, into Rust. This kind of magic, I'd like to learn how this is done. So I might actually go into the definition of this to understand how we take this syntax and turn it into essentially a Rust object that contains the same information in a structure in a structure that we can then reconstruct the JSON at will. In fact, that's what this send message does, right? It does a message to string for, oh, this is just a trait, but this is going to be a JSON value, right? So that we can have actual JSON syntax and then turn it into an actual JSON string there in order to send it over WebSocket. I would like to know how that magic works. But first, I want to get into this. So if I'm going to be doing, let's do quests. I'm going to want an entry for quest, aren't I? Q, so maybe right here. Quest. I think I'm just going to do like I'm doing for save. I'm just going to have it all go out to a function. Extract quest from database. And I'm just going to define that in quest.cpp, which I don't even have yet. Let's add it. Macro rules, scary macros, proc macros. Okay, we'll be looking at that in a little bit. Want to make some incremental progress. Maybe I won't spend too long in the C++ stuff. I just want to keep the momentum going. So I think what I'm going to do is take zone C HVP and copy it to Quest and do the same thing with the CPV. And change this. Oh, that's interesting. Zone.hvp didn't even have the right name here. This isn't even correct. Declares functions used to manage the storage of zone entities in the game. There we go. Whoops. Quest. To manage the storage of Quest information in the game. All right. Extract Quest database. And then that will go here. Quest. To do with quests in the game. All right. So the general thing we're going to do is like what I copied from is we're going to be selecting rows, basically all the rows from one or more tables from SQLite, and then fetching certain columns from those rows to get elements of data, and then basically putting it into JSON. Because right now the internal format of the game's memory is JSON. In the future, this part will probably change to be structural, but I might actually wait until I rewrite it in Rust to do that. How does making JSON work in C++? It's kind of like this macro. Oh, I already lost it. It was lib.rs, right? How come it didn't go to lib.rs? So let me pin that. So instead of using a macro in C++, what's a good place to show that? I guess right here. This is the implementation I made. Instead of having a macro and then actually having literally the JSON syntax, I tried to get pretty close to it using a factory method. So JSON object takes an initializer list in C++. Initializer lists in C++ are just bracketed, basically arrays, and they can nest. So each of these is a nested object. This is the outer. We have two inner objects, and then that initializer list. If I can click on this, initializer list is passed to this factory, and it's essentially an iterator, where since the name of the factory method was object, we know that the outer is going to be an object JSON value. So we just start it off empty, and then when we iterate through the initializer lists, we are expecting key value pairs, which is why we have two elements in each inner object here. So these are in C++ a pair. It's roughly the equivalent to a Rust tuple, a two-element tuple, key value. And because set itself takes a JSON value as its second argument, this is how it can further nest. So I could have another JSON object in here if I wanted, like, something like, it can go even deeper. And you'll see that, actually, here's another example of that, right? So it's pretty close. The actual syntax would be without having the factory method call, and instead of that having an array, and then turn that comma into a colon, and that's the actual JSON, right? That's pretty close. It's similar to what N. Lohmann's JSON does. So let me show you that. We'll do Bing. N. Lohmann JSON. So in their examples, let me find it. Also, why is there a lot of empty space there? Is that just because the window's large? I guess so. Let's increase the size a bit. I want to show some examples. Here we go. So, and Lohman's JSON is even smarter than mine. I haven't figured out how to do this, but somehow they figure out how to just have it look like an initializer list. They still have to have the commas instead of colons here. And you have to have null pointer instead of null, which is the JSON null. But it's pretty close, right? It's even better than mine. In mine, I have these explicit factory method calls. They figured out, and Lohman figured out how to do it without that. But I think this is one of the times where I could say, like, I genuinely like Rust better here, because in Rust, the only thing you had to do was invoke a macro, and then inside here, it's literally the same syntax. You can even use colons. The fact that you can use a colon here, whereas in Lohman's JSON and in mine, you had to use commas, that alone is pretty cool, I think. That you can define your own syntax and just make it match whatever, like JSON. And then I've seen the Rust libraries for HTML have an HTML macro, and then the interior here, instead of JSON, it's actual HTML. So it's pretty cool. Colon instead of equals, yeah. It would be cool if they could have it exactly the same, right? But yeah, that's limitations of C++. There's no macro language in C++. The closest you can get in C++ is the preprocessor. So, for example, my evil macros, this is C preprocessor stuff. So it's outside of the language completely. It's the same preprocessor that you use with C. And it doesn't understand syntax. It is a character macro tool. So there's no, you can see the syntax highlighting shows a little bit, but really to the preprocessor, it just thinks that this is a blob of text, and then just take whatever you fill in for type and fit it in exactly where you see the TYPE, and without regard to any kind of syntax stuff. Hey there, Clayman. And Man 2003, not on mobile. Hello. Yeah, so hope I answered the question about how JSON works in C++. It's, I go back to value.cpp. The closest that I've done, and what Lohman also does, is we represent JSON in terms of variant type structures. So like if you look at my definition, this would be, again, a lot cleaner in Rust. Essentially, this should be an enum, and these are the different variants of the enum, right? That's how a JSON value most directly maps to Rust. In C++, you the closest you can get to that in C++ 11, as far as I know, is you would have an enum, an inner enum, and then you would, where do I have the, oh, do I have the, hold on a second, I find it. There's just a lot of methods. Oh yeah, I do have it embedded into an impl. You would have a union, where you use that enum as a discriminator for the union. So that's what I do. I don't know what Lohman does, but I suspect it would be something similar. So in Rust, it would be a lot cleaner. We would define our, I don't know what the right term is, like the data that goes with each variant at the same places where we define the actual variants of the enum here. These would be in the same place in Rust, right? In C++ and C, we have to separate the discriminator from the union. Anyway, all the other differences are pretty much syntactical. Whether it's in Rust or C++, I think the best way to represent JSON values is some kind of variant structure. Union's in Rust too? Yeah, but enum's better than union, right? You had 404 jokes, but you can't find them anymore? Nice. You tell me your joke about construction, but you're still working on it. Good one. Oh yeah, hey there, Red Sky One. Red Sky One noticed the new emote, and Heather, a lentil stew dragon. You dropped the two, bud. You're now just lentil stew dragon. That name grew on you enough that you like it. Great. Yeah. For those who don't know, Adam13531 is one of my mentors here on Twitch, so to speak. Like, I look up to him and get a lot of inspiration from him. And he turned off subs in his channel, so he's losing his emotes, I believe. But he's, yeah, right now it's sort of in limbo what's going to happen to the emotes. So I said, hey, some of these emotes I really love. So can I get these ones at least? Add and pass and fail. He gave me permission to set these up. So they are the most generic of Adam's emotes that aren't specifically tied to his channel. I think they're pretty versatile and reusable. So now you have available the Raimu 8 pass and fail. Unions are for CFFI and are unsafe. I would imagine so, because this is essentially an enum with the outer discriminator stripped off, right? This is you know, Wild West. Like, pick one, any one. You could write to one and read from another. Totally unsafe, right? In fact, you can kind of see. We have pointers in here. You can't actually have complex objects with constructors in a union because there are no rules for which one of these actually has a value in it and which ones are undefined. It's very, very low level. Very unsafe. Yeah. So, back to Quest. I'm going to need to take this code that I copied from Zone and adapt it to work with Quest. So, if I remember right, it was in common.cpp in the test framework for the entity component system. I don't see it now. It's not executor. Oh, here it is. Yeah. So this one has all of the crate tables in it. So this is right now where my schema is being stored. And I'm just going to look down at Quest. Okay, so here we have Quest. We have two tables to deal with. So the general idea is we're going to have to select all the rows from the Quest table, and then select all the rows from the Quest reward item, and then link up the entities from both tables to fill in the item rewards, which there might be more than one of, for each quest. So let me just cheat and copy and paste this here. And this is from Quest, right? Singular? Ah. Okay, and then can I do something with multi-cursor here? Maybe. Comma? And what if I go to this space and do multi-cursor? And then seek one word over and delete? That worked out pretty well. And then, oh, except for this one. Just do that manually. How to break up this line? I suppose we'll go to each comma here and we'll just break up the line. So, like that. Oh, I missed one. And let's do it this way so that I don't go crazy. That looks nice. Okay. It's not zone anymore, it's Quest. I need to make sure that it is called Quest in the memory. So what I'm going to do is going to take a game snapshot, copy it, make a new file, say, tell it that it's JSON, and collapse it, and then look in the components, look for Quest. Here it is. All right, so here's the shape in memory of a quest. And you can kind of see how description, goal, key, progress, these are going to be in the quest table. But inside the rewards, these items are going to be in the other table because we have two of them. We have the initial reward and the recurring reward. And also the contents of the table for the items are going to be a lot different from Quest, so I decided to split those up into these two tables. Hey there, CloudHawk. How are you doing today? So that's the shape that goes with that. Okay, so description, goal, initial rewards XP, I decided that goes into the main table. Key progress. Okay, and where's title? And title. Okay. So these are all in the main table. And then in the secondary table, we put these items. I think I got it. 11,000 lines of JSON. That's right. We're moving into SQLite because there's a lot of data. Let's let a database deal with a large amount of data that we have to deal with. Okay, so selecting it, all the rows. This loop will deal with one row at a time. Okay, and so the columns have to match. So we have entity description goal. Description goal. Copy, paste a bunch of times. Initial rewards XP. Key progress. You know what I just did there? That's how you make names in Rust. But in my C++, I use camel case. I'm going to be doing Rust naming convention by accident, I'm sure. Consistency is more important than trying to make a change right now. So I'm going to try to consistently use camel case in C++ identifiers because that's the code convention that I've been following. But when I switch to Rust, it's going to be Rust convention. Title. Okay, and now all the types need to be updated. So this one, standard string. Title's also string. Progress is what? Progress is also a string. Okay, these are ints, yes. Goal is also an int. Key is a string. Okay. So then, let me get these numbers correct. 4. Whoops. 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, and then these strings need to be text. You guys can't even see that because chat is in the way. Sorry about that. Yeah, my code in C++ is kind of ugly. I haven't refactored it yet. Int, text, int, text, int text. Looks good to me. Okay, so this is a quest. The structure of the quest will be this essentially. Can I cheat and copy this? Let's do it. Okay. We had too many braces, and then this all needs to be outdented. Get rid of that line. Okay, and so each of these, I can do, how about we do that? Each of these will need in front of it a brace, and then move over one word and turn the colon into a comma, and then go to the end and do a, oh, this is gonna, well, that's okay. Most lines will be correct, right? Let me turn comma bracket into just a, whoops, undo. One more. Turn those just into bracket commas. All right. If Rust code doesn't follow Rust convention, Rust code doesn't follow Rust convention? Yeah, the snake case name. This is not Rust though. This is C++. Okay. Okay, so here it needs to be JSON object. And then there's another internal JSON object here. Actually, I forget, was item required or was it optional? I'm thinking it was actually optional. I think I will leave it out. Okay. And another JSON object here. Get rid of this. Okay, now I need to replace all of these with the variables. Description, goal, initial rewards XP, recurring rewards XP, key, progress. I just realized I haven't written the test yet. I need to do that before to stay true to test-driven development, right? Okay, so this is... What's this zone NPCs? What was I doing here? I don't remember what that was for. Let's get rid of that. Okay, yeah, let me go write the test first. So this gets everything but the items now, I think. Hey there, Romania Hate. It's going all right. Getting back into streaming a little bit. Writing production code while in the green. This is not production code. This is test code until we pass the test. Then it becomes production when we deploy it, right? Hey there, Grumpy Game Dev. First be in the red. Then be... Oh, you mean I should have the test fail? Yeah. I need to go back and write the test. Let's do that. So, the tests will have ECS tests. And there should already be some for quest here. And the ones at the bottom will be writing. So, setting, destroying. So we need to add one for selecting. So let me just copy, since I copied the implementation from zone, let's copy the test from zone. So it's AKA deserialize. So let's copy and paste. This is quest. Spell it correctly, right? Okay. And then I think I already have example quest up here that we can just copy from. Don't I? Oh, heh. Guess not. This actually creates and then sets rather than having it start in the database. Okay, well, anyway, it's going to insert into quest. I need to get the same name of, the same list of columns here. There. Whoa, that did not work the way I expected. What is this doing? Let's try this again. Copy, paste. There we go. I don't know what happened there. Let's select all of these instances. And then delete, and then I'm going to select back one word and character and do comma, double quote. And let me put an extra one here. Is that right? I think so. And then we need to actually put values here. So use the same values I was using up here in this other test. Oh, there's an initial template. Oh. Hold on, what did zone do? It didn't mess with any template. Okay, so we can do it. I can do whatever I want down here for as far as values. So let's put description. Let's say pet the slimes. Goal 10, I guess. Initial rewards 100. Key is slimes. Progress is let's just say progress. Keep it simple. Recurring rewards 50. Title. Gotta pet them all. All right. So that's the main table, and then I need to have rows in the secondary table. That's... I could have copied from here. Oh, no, I did copy from here. Yeah, do this, right? And put that here. Let's multi-cursor again. Select back one word and character, put a comma and a double quote. And then we can get rid of this. Values, yeah, okay, so then reward is initial. I think that's how this worked, right? Yeah, initial and recurring. Okay, there we go. So max quantity 10, name gold, quantity 2, note null, type money, tile ID 42, tile set ID 88. And then there was a way to do multiple rows, right? Was it a comma here? I always forget this stuff. I need to look it up. This would be in SQLite. Didn't I have a reference page for that? Did I not bookmark an SQLite? I guess I didn't. SQLite select. Here we go. No, it wasn't select, it was insert. What am I doing? Insert. Values. Yeah, so you can have a comma and then another list. That's what I want. So I want a comma. And let me put these on their own rows, so I can kind of read it better. Okay, so then again we have 523. This time though we have recurring. Max quantity 10, name gold, quantity 1, no note, money 4288. Really I only care that one of them is different. Hey there, Mars Raptor. Salutations. All right. So we have one quest with 2 item rewards. One, the initial item reward, and the other one, the recurring item reward. We can get rid of these lines. Then we tell the ECS to deserialize. With these rows in the tables, we should get back a quest. And let me just cheat and copy from maybe the initial shape here. Because I can. Copy. Oh, I need the one in the template, pet the slimes also. Well, what do you know? And then paste. Looks like we have to indent that one level. All right. Okay, the description was pet the slimes. The goal was 10. The initial experience reward was 100. That's down here. The key is slimes. Oh, yep, same one. Progress was just progress, right? And then recurring XP reward was 50. And then the title was Gotta Pet Them All. You have to have some fun when you're writing tests, otherwise it gets kind of dull and boring, right? Whoa, what happened? Oh, I'm hitting Control B instead of V. All right, now the item rewards. Oh, did I edit it in the wrong place, didn't I? There we go. Okay, the numbers are the same, right? 523, 523. Okay, just making sure. Does the SQLite wrapper I use have the ability to put in parameterized queries? I think so. For reading from the database, I don't use parameterized queries because we're essentially going to be reading all rows at once. So there's no parameters here in the select. But on insert, I use plenty of, how do I show that? Go back to here. I use plenty of parameterized stuff. Let's look at the quest from the insert point of view. Yeah. This is what you're talking about, right? Parameterized queries. So here we make one reusable statement that we use whenever we want to add a new reward. And then all of the actual column values are parameterized. Yeah, and I didn't bother to name the parameters, so these are just going to be positional. When I refactor, I might make them named because the positional is kind of clumsy, where we have to know the indices of every column, of every parameterized, of every statement parameter. So yeah, on select though, yeah, we're basically, whenever we're reading from the database is when we're loading the game server. When the game server is running, all of the game information is going to be in RAM, in memory. The database is really only a backup in case the server goes down. If the servers never went down, I wouldn't need to store it in a database at all, because each server has its own copy of all the data, right? So that's another thing to keep in mind, like the architecture I picked for this whole thing. Notes. Yeah, so every realm server here has its own copy of the data in the entity component system here. So there is a database, but only a sort of like, if I were to extend this diagram to show it, this ECS would have an arrow going down showing like backup database. And we're only writing to it whenever something changes, and we're only reading from it whenever we're loading from scratch, when the game server starts up. If I wasn't using this, where am I? Here. If I wasn't using this approach of having multiple server instances that are copies of each other, if for example, if instead of these four being all copies of one game, if they were storing different data, yeah, actually there we go. If each one had different data, then they might be able to share a common database. And then we wouldn't select all rows. We would only select the rows that match what that particular server, its piece of the game data. But right now, they're all copies of the entire game. So each one has its own private database just for storage. Using SQLite DB on file and it was slow. You change it to a memory one and you initially do a backup for one file. Right. So I'm going to be doing that for snapshots. We're getting a snapshot into memory, transmitting it, and then saving it to disk. Again, since the only reason I'm using the SQLite is as a form of persistent backup, I already have an in-memory representation of the data, so doesn't help me to do in-memory stuff for SQLite unless I'm making a snapshot image, because then I can sort of shortcut the converting to JSON and back. I can just say, hey, database, give me a snapshot. Okay, let me send that blob to the other server. And then the other server gets it and says, okay, SQLite database, here's a blob. And now let me select all the rows from it. The vacuum command, that is that the one that removes all of the unused pieces of disk space, sort of collapses it down? Or is that the one that gives you a new image of the database, which is defragmented? So it does remove the stuff. So yeah, okay. I just can't remember, is it the one where you defragment it in place, or is it where you get a defragmented copy that you then would save? I'm essentially doing that in my oh, so it's vacuum and vacuum into. Yeah, I'm doing that for the snapshots. So every time I make a snapshot, I'm doing the equivalent of a vacuum into, I think. If vacuum is in place and vacuum into is not, then I'm doing the vacuum into memory equivalent of that. Okay. Let me get the items correct here. So this was max 10. It was gold 2. Oh, I didn't get the tile. No, the tiles are here. 4288 here. 4288. I just am picking the same one. I don't need to pick the same one. It doesn't really matter. As long as there's some difference here, and the difference will be the quantity. Oh, we should test having a note, though. So maybe I should leave this chicken. Yeah, let's do that. Let's have the recurring reward be a piece of chicken with a note. So we would have a note here. Delicious food 86, right? 1 out of 10 chicken. There we go. So the recurring rewards should be a piece of chicken down here. All right, so then if that's done, I can build it and then verify that the test fails. Okay, undeclared identifier. I didn't include the header file from where we're calling the function down here. So I need to, because I'm not used to doing that. I'm used to using Rust where we don't have to do that. And back in C++, we got to deal with header files. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to start the work rave. I even increased the font size. I don't know how to tell this. I don't even know if I can to tell Workrave, hey, take off for 52 minutes from the timer. I think I'll just plan to take a break when this gets to like an hour left. That'll be about right. Okay, I have an unresolved external symbol because I didn't add the linker step. Another thing that you don't have to do in Rust. In C, C++, we have to tell our build system to include our source files. So how come I'm not seeing the files I'm looking for? Oh, no, because it's not under include, is it? It's here. Source, ECS, quest, HPP, and then sources has source ECS, quest CPP. There we go. What's use header files? Sorry about that. The CMake list that I have, this is making the build system. I decided to place the header, to list the header files and the source files separately, but they end up going to the same place. This is just a way to tell CMake what files need to be compiled and linked together to form the library. So you don't have to do this in Rust because Rust by convention will find your lib.rs or your main.rs, or if you list it in your cargo toml. The cargo toml is the closest equivalent that you would see to this CMake list, where you might have to list at least the root Rust source file for each library in binary. And when you're making a build system for C, C++, you generally either would have to use a wildcard or list specifically every single file that needs to be compiled. Technically, I don't need to actually list header files, but I do that for 2 reasons. One is I just like every file that gets pulled into the compiler to be listed. The other reason is that when we make a IDE solution for this, like a Visual Studio solution, if we list our header files, then they're populated in the IDE, guaranteed, rather than relying on the IDE to figure out what our header files are. And if you're asking not how you would include header files and source files in the build, but if you're asking what is the use for header files in general, it's that C++ predates the idea of separating of defining both the implementation and the interface in the same place. So in C++, generally you need to split the implementation from the interface, and just generally speaking, not concretely, but in general, in the abstract sense, your interfaces are specified in your header files. So in quest.hpp here, I declare the interface to this function. I declare what it returns, what its 3 argument types are, but then the implementation is in a different file, as the CPP file, where this has the body of the function. The C++ compiler isn't smart enough to know where I'm calling extract quest here. It doesn't know where to find that unless we either had the definition of the code in the same file, or included from one file to the other, or at least declared. And in C++, it's cleaner to just to pull in the declaration, because especially if you're going to call this from more than one source file, since this pound include is literally just replacing the pound include line with the contents of the file, if you had the body of this function and you pound included this definition into more than one source file, you end up with duplicate copies of the function. So it gets really gross. So a header file lets you share the declaration of the function without accidentally pulling in multiple definitions of the function when you pull in from more than multiple source files. I wanted to ask how you do this, because when you change to a Lua script, how do you tell CMake to rebuild and copy the new version of the script to the build directory? For Lua, it's different because they are not compiled. They are interpreted at runtime. So I have a tool that will copy the Lua script if I need it to, but if it's in place and I don't need to copy it, I don't have to tell CMake, because CMake, since Lua doesn't need to be built, CMake is not involved. For my tests that are testing Lua, the test runner directly discovers and loads and executes the Lua script at runtime. There's no compile time work needed at all, which is one of the reasons I picked Lua for the game scripts, because when I move the script into the game, I don't need to have a compile or link phase. I just load this as one big string and tell the game, hey, evaluate this as Lua. And the game's like, okay, here, Lua interpreter, take this string and evaluate it. And the evaluation of the string will end up adding functions to the global scope, or calling them like this would do, or just defining new variables. And any definitions you make replace what's already there. So it's just really nice. You can, with the same interpreter instance, you can reload a script many times and you just replace the definitions each time. There's no compile or link phase. It's all runtime. Those like TypeScript declaration files, I suppose. This header file is, yeah, the traditional use of a header file is to declare all of your functions, types, all of the names that another source file would need to import. And then the import is through this pound include, which is literally just a string replacement. Replace this line with the contents of that file, which is why you have goofy things like pragma once. Because if you can imagine, if you declared something and then you try to declare it again, the compiler would say, hey, that already is declared, it's an error. So since pound includes always include, even if you've already included it once, if you had two CPP files no, and a better example would be a CPP file that includes two HPPs, and then those two HPPs both included the same common third HPP file. You would get two complete copies of that nested HPP file unless you did this funny thing with pragma once, or if not def, some header guard. If you look up header guard in Wikipedia. So it's cruder and older. In Rust or other modern languages, you don't have header files because you would just tell the compiler, hey, I want to compile Quest with components, and the compiler would, when it sees that you use this name, it would say, well, let me see, where have I seen that name before? Oh, I saw it when I was compiling this source file. And it gets all the information it needs. It knows that it's a function that returns nothing, that has 3 parameters, and it knows that at the point that it's compiling here. In C, C++, every source... Oh, I'm being resubbed to Jacobus P. 5 months. Thank you for the resub. In C, C++, every source file is independently compiled. So you can't give the compiler 2 source files and say, figure out that this refers to this. You can't do that. Another resub. Resubaka, 13 months. Wow, that's like a year and a month. Thank you both for your resubs. I appreciate it. See, that's one thing that you're missing if you start learning programming with a modern language like Rust, is that these older languages, when you have multiple source files, they're completely independent. And so the closest you can do to having them share definitions is to have them both include a common header. So like in Quest HPP includes Quest CPP includes Quest HPP, and Component CPP also includes Quest HPP. So they both know a common, the common constraint is that this name has to be a function with this signature, right? So that if we then either call it from here or we provide its body, you know, as in 2 independent compiler runs, when we're compiling this, it's going to make sure that this definition matches the declaration. When we're compiling components HPP, it still uses this header file, but it's not checking that the definition matches. What it's doing is it's just saying, oh, we know that that needs to be a function with 3 parameters. So this has to fit into a context of something that takes a function with 3 parameters. That's true, man. So the Rust, when in Rust you do a mod x semicolon, that's kind of like, it's kind of like pulling in sort of a hybrid or somewhere between this HPP and the CPP, right? You get a copy of the code, but it's sort of private for that module, for whatever did the mod. So even then in Rust, you don't have to worry about like multiple definitions colliding, and you don't have to worry about the same definitions coming in from 2 different places. It just does the right thing. Can CPP have circular dependencies? Yes, it can. And you would get all sorts of weird things with the compiler and the linker in those cases. So one way to break circular dependencies with this pragma once, which basically tells the compiler, if you've already included quest.hpp and then we get to include it again, just stop here, saying, oh, we only want to look at this file once. So that's one form of breaking a circular dependency. If you have 2 header files including each other, then the second time you get to the same header file, it'll just stop. It'll break that. Hey there, Mr. Halsey. I was mostly lurking in your stream earlier. If you guys want to see a lot of really expert Rust programming, you should check out Mr. Halsey's stream. 715209, how are you doing? And even the Rust compiler is here today. Look at that. So I had to do a good stream today. I'm gonna have to stop working on C++ at some point and do Rust. When I think this is going to be a theme going forward for my stream. I'm going to try to balance my stream between some existing work progress on my game, which is more than Rust. It's actually started out with no Rust at all, and then doing a little bit of Rust because a lot of people like it, and I want to get more practice in it and start using it more. So I'm starting off today just working on database stuff in C++, and then I'm going to learn about Rust macros. I've been pretty good. 715209, how have you been? You have this problem. You have a Lua script that takes Lua scripts and converts them to C headers so they can be embedded in an executable. When you rebuild the contents of the script, it stays the same even when changed. See, I don't use CMake with Lua, so I'm not actually sure how you're using that. Oh wait, you're talking about some tool that convert. So is the tool itself written in Lua? I'm not sure why it would stay the same even when changed. CMake will compute the hash digest of every file, and so it should know that a file is, when it changes. And the Lua interpreter, if it's the same interpreter and you executed the same script twice, Lua doesn't do any kind of caching. And if it's two different instances of Lua, there's nothing shared between them. So I would imagine if something isn't changing, that there's some kind of cache, and the only thing I can think of that would have a cache would be something you're executing through CMake, I guess. CMake itself will, like I said, it shouldn't have a cache problem if the file changed and the digest changed, unless maybe CMake can be a real problem to debug. You could have an error in your CMake definition, and you might accidentally be either not running a tool when it should run to update some output intermediate or output file, or it might just be pulling in the wrong file. But as far, yeah, I'd be pretty confident saying that there's nothing in Lua that would be caching and causing that. Nothing in Lua intrinsically. Rust being used in front of the game would be so much fun. I'll look into that. Right now it's going to be JavaScript, but maybe we'll introduce Rust a little bit after I learn how to do, what is it, YEW, the U library. I've seen Chris working with that. Okay, this was building, right? Let me run these tests. So I need to find out where they are, actually. If I go here and do show and test explorer, there it is. So run these unit tests. This should fail. And let me look at the log. Okay, so that's what we expect. The actual is invalid. Okay, that's not good. Oh, because we have zone. Okay, I keep forgetting to do that. Copy paste problem. I copied from the zone code and forgot to change the name there to say quest instead of zone. So let's run that again. Okay, cool. So we're getting some of the data back, but the title's empty. The XP is empty. That's not good. Okay, I think I have the wrong column somewhere, because that, I think, was supposed to go there. That was supposed to go in progress. Yeah, they're off by one at some point. Okay, I'm off by one somewhere. Probably in the implementation. 0, 1, oh, I am off by one, look at that. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Build. Cool. So everything is right except for there are no items. So that's good. So I just need to add the items in there now. Yeah, off by one. This is horrible code. Don't do this. This is a, what would you call it? An anti-pattern or something like that? That I have positional arguments to a database query, and then I have to match the column numbers with the variable names. So you know, I might never actually fix this in C++. I could just wait until we get this into Rust, and then Rust would probably have something a lot cleaner, right? We probably just annotate. There probably just would be a way to annotate a statement object to say, hey, convert that into a structure of some kind. And then this would be all just generated for me. Less of an anti-pattern, more bad practice, yeah. So when I get lazy, I do bad practices. Because my order of operations is to make it work first, then make it right. So a lot of the time I'm stuck on step 1, and I'll do bad practices just to get stuff working. Because sometimes I don't even know if the design that I took is the correct one. So I'll just slap together something to make the existing design work, and if during that process I find that design has flaws, then since just slapping it together is faster, I can then not waste as much time. When I get it to work and it seems right, then I'll go refactor and stuff to remove the bad practices. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. How are you doing today? Also, hello, Silmeth. I'm being a little bit miserable in C++, Silmeth, but I will switch to learning Rust macros. Rust macros. It's as big as I can make it in a bit. I need to continue the momentum to finish this database conversion. I'm almost done with quests, and then I'll have only 4 left. What I'll probably do is just finish quests today and do Rust macros. And I might not even do this stuff on stream. But I need to have some momentum. It's been a couple weeks since I worked on this task, so if I wait too long, then I forget too much. We'll be going through proc macro workshop. Hey, maybe. Why not? That sounds awesome. Thank you, Mr. Halsey. Heard someone say, first make it work, then earn money so you can hire juniors to fix it for you. Yeah, let's just change the order of dev operations. So, 2 would be hire junior developers. 3, sit back and wait for the junior developers to make. Oh, how'd that happen? Make it right. There we go. All right. Let's fix the missing rewards here. Yeah. So what I think I want to do is, after we've looped through all these, I want to do a secondary select, right? Another loop. So let's copy this and paste it. Copy, paste. All right. So I don't have to redeclare build result. I would if I was doing Rust, but we're not doing Rust. This has got to be the second table. See, I'm finding all these places where I would rather be doing it in Rust now. I take it to be a good sign that Rust is the way to go. But right now, stuck with other languages. You guys could sympathize, right? You probably have jobs where you would like to be doing it in Rust, but the existing project is in some crazy old language like C++. And then every line of code you write, you think, in Rust it would be that. Too bad, right? Too bad. No Rust for you right now. Existing legacy code. Okay, so here, I just want to cut out the, that, right? I think that's right. Yep. You've been loving C#? Mr. Muffles, you got to check out Rust at some point. It's such a good language. It does have that steep learning cliff, though. So, this is the JavaScript learning curve, right? You start as a beginner, like you hit a few bumps, but it's generally pretty smooth, right? The Rust learning curve is, you start reading the Rust book and you start to get kind of confident, like, oh, it's not any worse than learning JavaScript. And then you run into closures, and you run into lifetimes, and you run into async, and you're like, holy crud, like, this is hard. And then you actually start to get it to work. You get something to compile, and you're like, yes, I have mastered Rust. We've leveled off. And then you actually try to write a program in Rust that wasn't from the book. And you're like, what are all these compiler errors? What do they mean? And then you struggle through it. Maybe some people help you. Maybe you look it up on Stack Overflow. And finally, you get it to compile again. And congratulations, you're now a student in Rust. Expert? Nope. So I tend to think of myself as getting over 2 cliffs so far, so I'm the student. I have no idea how much steeper it is to get to expert, but it's a while. Even Stack Overflow doesn't have answers. I found some for Rust, bashing on JS. I think JavaScript is much easier to learn than Rust was. My personal experience. JavaScript, there are so many different kinds of JavaScript you can learn. You could learn vanilla JavaScript, you could learn React, you can learn Angular. They are all different enough that you feel like you're learning a different language, each one, right? Rust, though, there's like basically only one right way to do anything in Rust. And the wrong ways are not immediately obvious. Hopefully the compiler will tell you that you did it wrong, but sometimes it won't. Train like Alex Hanan. I don't know Alex Honnold. Hey there, Ereld. Just discussing how Rust is cool, except for its learning curve. Yeah, I need to finish some C++ right now, though, before I can do more fun stuff in Rust. Okay. Most people don't even understand what they're actually doing in JavaScript. Yeah, but then they get it to work and they feel like a champion. Oh, Alex Honnold is an amazing free climber. There you go. Yeah, you just have to know... You just have to have the right equipment. You have to have the right links to the right resources so that when you run into a problem with a compiler, you can go to Mr. Halsey's stream and ask him, or ask Musean, and they just give you an answer, and you're like, whoa, 200 IQ. Pfft. Yeah, you need to have other experts to rely on, a lot of documentation. You'll get over your Rust learning cliff. NPM Webpack and the rest is Node, not JavaScript. Yeah, it's all the same thing, isn't it? I haven't tried the Discord server for Rust yet. I've actually been doing pretty well with Rust Up Doc. Rust Up Doc? Rust Up Doc is pretty cool, although it went into the wrong browser there. Let me take that link. So what it should do for you is it opens your local copy of all of the documentation about Rust, and they have the standard library API, they have the Rust book, they have the Rust by example, and they have the advanced stuff. I've been liking that I can rely on that, especially when I went on the camping trip and didn't have access to the internet. I still had my Rust docs. Also think that Rust errors are usually very helpful. I think the Rust errors are helpful if you know enough of the lingo. But when you start to see errors that don't make sense, and you're like, there's just some lingo I just don't know. Like, what do they mean by anonymous lifetime? You know, that's where it gets a bit intimidating. I think it's easier once you get familiar with what the compiler means by certain phrases. Like, at first it was very intimidating to me when I would go from like really nice error messages to like indecipherable ones. And then as I started to decipher what the error messages meant, I'm like, okay, now I know what it was trying to tell me. And it is helpful because when I see them now, I'm like, oh, I know at least the class of problem that I run into. Like, oh, I did a borrow when I meant to do a move, or vice versa. Or, hey, I have two references and I didn't say what their lifetimes are relative to each other. Not the async book. The async book is kind of behind, right? It's not updated yet. What's the reason for implementing Rust? Couple of things. So why Rust? A lot of people in chat right now are really into Rust, and they would come by my stream and say, "Hey, have you checked out Rust?" And I'm like, "Don't know anything about Rust," so I felt like I owed it to them to at least try it out. Not so much disdain for C++, more of like, let's see what's different and what's cool about it. So I have a couple lists. Why do I like Rust? I like difficult puzzles. The challenge of learning Rust was a difficult puzzle. Therefore, I really liked that. I really liked that it was hard. And then I had this feeling of accomplishment once I start to understand it. But then the other two kind of solidify it. Even just being a challenge alone doesn't make it useful. What makes it useful is, what I'm finding is when you get the code to compile, and it just works. And along the way, the journey to getting your code to work, the language itself tends to guide you to make good decisions, because if you don't, you just run into so many roadblocks from the compiler itself. Why not Golang? Because I don't know Golang. But I don't have enough time to learn every language. The people who asked me about Rust were the most vocal, and so I picked Rust as the language to try out. Because why not? Should always be trying to learn new things. So yeah, that's what I like about Rust. I also have a list of things that I don't, was it dislike? Things? Where do I keep this list? Particular? I think it's because it's in my other folder. I have my project notes spread out between the game and then the Rust playground. Oh, not my favorite features. Yeah. So I do have a list of things in Rust that I didn't particularly like. Lazy Guru! 7 months! Thank you, Lazy Guru. I also forgot to say hi to EctinDev. Hello. And a Sprudeldel. Hello. What you liked about learning Rust is you didn't understand something in code. Oh! Local Root just subscribed. Hey there, Local Root. That's a nice name. I like that name. Welcome to my channel. Thank you for the sub. Yeah, so what it turned out retrospectively, when I made this list, I'm coming from a background of working with C++ basically forever, like for like decades. And a lot of this is culture shock. Coming from C++, I didn't like these for a couple reasons. One of which is that one company I worked for abused this notation and used it way too much. And but the other reason is like I got used to in C++ being very lazy about types and just saying it's just an int or it's an unsigned int and not being preoccupied with the size. But these other things are like just culture shock things. The snake case, right? It's pretty opinionated, but you get used to it, right? The needing to know what modules from the standard library, I guess, or would it be what namespaces in the standard library, I guess, you need to pull in to get trait definitions. And then the terseness, I'm getting used to that too. A lot of this is just culture shock. But just to be fair, I do have both of these lists. Things I like, things I don't like. I'll probably start pruning this because this is something I'm getting used to, so maybe that goes away. Or maybe I put it into a footnote somewhere. Maybe I need to have a third list. Things to expect culture shock-wise coming from C++ when learning Rust. Be prepared for these things, right? But then having this list of why I like it. So I try not to be a zealot or dogmatic about it. There's always going to be lists both of what you like and what you don't like, what's good and what's not so good about anything. And I'm trying to track that for people who ask. Think we can remove snake case now? Yeah. Been lurking the whole time? I'm having a great day, Local Root. Thanks to you and all my other viewers. I hope you're having a good day too. One of the reasons I stream is it is giving me a lot of feedback, and otherwise I would be working solo and not getting any feedback, and it's hard to stay motivated, you know? If you ever want some motivation to do work that's not like pleasant intrinsically, something that takes some effort to stay motivated in, streaming it is an excellent way to do it because your viewers will motivate you. And so that's what you guys are doing for me. Keeping me motivated. I need to get this done though. Right, so I copy pasted this code, right? So when we're building the secondary select, so this is selecting quest reward item, basically. And then we're stepping it. I don't need to do this anymore. We can't redefine that. That's going to be a problem, right? How about we call this statement the what do I call it? Quest statement? So we're going to use that specific name because I'm going to use another name because unlike Rust, I can't redefine a name. So this is going to be, should I just use the full name? Quest reward item statement? Thingamajig. Allow bad style. Exactly. that goes there, and then I need to change all these, but right now we'll just copy paste. All right, so we're going to get the entity. What else are we getting? Reward, max quantity, name quantity, note type. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Note type, tile ID, tile set ID. So 2 more. Tile ID, tile set ID. Set is not capitalized. Okay, so these are integers. Title is a string. Type is also a string. Quantity is an integer. Name is a string. Reward is a string. Okay, I think I got this one. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And the types are integer, text, integer, text, integer, text, 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 integer, integer. I need to take a break soon too. I sure have time for a question. Sure, Lentil Stew Dragon. Go ahead and ask. Can't you just multi-cursor and paste it? Probably, but sometimes my brain doesn't like make that connection. Sometimes I just fall back into manually doing things on the keyboard that are faster to multi-cursor. I think it is because I'm fighting many, many years of bad habits. Okay, so, hey there, Tochikari. What advice would I give to someone who's learning Rust? It depends on your background. In general, though, I would suggest starting with the Rust book. So, very, very, very first thing you should do is look up Rust. And not Rust the game, but Rust the programming language. And there's this big yellow button, get started. I don't mean to be patronizing, but like they really do a great job guiding you. When you just look up the Rust language, there's a path that they make very hard to miss. So what's cool about Rust is the tools are intrinsically have a lot of good things to help you learn and to look up information. So this Rust Up tool, for example, once you download that, then you can go on to your command line, do Rust Up doc, and again, it popped it up in the wrong browser, so I got to copy paste it. When you get Rust Up installed and you run Rust Up doc, it gives you all the learning resources, and the Learn Rust is where you kind of want to start, and you have kind of choice here, like it says. If you prefer being like kind of guided through with a lot of description and not so much code, the Rust programming language book is probably where you want to start, and that's where I started. But if you learn better by looking at code examples, Rust by Example is a good one. They basically run you through all sorts of little programs that describe different parts of the language. And then they have a whole bunch of other auxiliary guides and documentation. So this is like basically where you want to hang out when you're learning Rust. And you just pick the path that the sub path or the different branches of the path that are suit you. Once you get through some of these books, then try to make try to keep it small, try to make a small program like you would in any language, like maybe a guessing game or something like that. Don't try to make a full-on multiplayer game from scratch until you get comfortable, because what you want to do is you want to exercise what you've learned from these books, right? You want to try out little examples that test your knowledge. And you'll run into a lot of problems because Rust has an extremely steep learning cliff curve, right? So expect a lot of banging your head against the wall when you're trying to get your own stuff working. What you want to do is whenever you run into these cliffs in learning, you're going to want to fall back onto the documentation to kind of to review the parts of the learning material that are focused on what you're running into as a problem, like if it's lifetimes or if it's borrow checker, that kind of thing. And also get engaged with the community. So there's a bunch of people here in chat that not only know Rust, but they also stream it. So, for example, Mr. Halsey, there's Museum, there's Ecton Dev, there's others. And there's a Discord server for Rust, and then there's a forum for Rust. In fact, I think if you go all the way to that here and you scroll down, they probably have a link to their community. Yeah, they have a users forum. So there you go. You want to hang out here, look at the examples. I've seen a lot of people post guides on how to learn different things. So where was it that I was looking at yesterday? There was one yesterday about sized versus unsized. Yeah, Rust Discord, yeah. So there's just like a ton of community-based stuff, as well as learning material you can get to pretty quickly from their main website. So that's, hopefully you have many different options there to get started. What did I miss? Hey there, Ramy. Wowee, look who's here. How are you doing today, Ramy? Hold on, let me scroll back. You often think to yourself after a lot of double clicking and pasting, thinking, I bet I could have done that better. Yeah, I think that too. I always see it as part of the order of operations. That you can copy paste a lot in step 1. Step 2, the refactoring, a lot of that's going to be to undo the damage that you did by copy pasting. If you're really good, which I'm not, you can do the two at the same time just by avoiding copy pasting, but I've never been that good. When your system is still based on a single JSON file, I understand when loading it took time, but how did you manage to write during the game to the JSON file? Oh, it doesn't write to the JSON file anymore, Lentils 2 Dragon. It's going to only write to the database. So the DB migration note, when we get done with step 2 here, it's not going to go to JSON anymore at all. There'll still be JSON in memory, but we're never going to serialize it, hopefully. I'm still catching up in chat. Yeah, so Lentils 2 Dragon, does that help? When technically I'm still in step 1 because I'm not done with this little arrowhead. It's not any more performant. It's actually less performant to write because we're writing to two different things. We're not changing the performance of reading because we're still reading from JSON. But when we get to step 2 and I drop the JSON, I'm dropping both the reading and writing to JSON, and so it should be way more performant because we're letting SQLite do the dirty work. Any tips on how to fix a hole in a concrete wall? Drywall and plaster, my friend. Duct tape. Yeah, get yourself some drywall panels, or well, if it's inside of the house. I have this. I'm thinking about the remodeling we're doing to our bathroom. Thinking we had to buy a whole bunch of drywall but yeah, plaster. Plaster's your best friend. It's like the duct tape for concrete walls. You're working through the same thing, Ecton Dev. There was the weekly digest email that led me to the sized versus unsized. Oh, before Lentils 2 Dragon, before I did the. Oh, I see what you're saying. Why is the writing to JSON more performant than the reading? It's because we write only in increments. We only write as things change. When we have to write a snapshot, it is not very performant, but I do it in a parallel worker thread, so there's no observable decrease in performance. I would have to look at the CPU usage of the virtual machine, and I would see, oh, there's another thread that just took up 100% of the CPU for a few seconds. So yeah, usually when we're writing to JSON, it's only the things that change, so small pieces of it, and it's all in memory. We only write to the JSON file when we're making snapshots, and that's in a parallel thread. I did a lot of work to make sure that was it doesn't block the game when we're writing the snapshots. Drop the JSON. Yeah, we're going to drop the JSON soon. You ate a clock yesterday. It's very time consuming. Good one, C17R. Are you the alter ego of Mr. Balrog? My dad joke of the day that I said in Adam's channel was I like to tell dad jokes. Sometimes he even laughs. Okay, now that you've all left and unfollowed. No, please don't. Yeah, I'm not very good at dad jokes. There's a cat meowing in the background. Okay, I need to access the quest. Okay, yeah, what do we do if the quest didn't exist at this point? I think what we want to do is fill in blanks here. Goal 0. Let's just pick reasonable defaults here. 0, 0, empty string. Empty string. Title, empty string. We shouldn't have a title. What happened there? There's no title. I forgot to delete it. Yeah, that was Mr. Halsey's joke of the day. Cow farts come from the derriere. Whenever you see a dad joke, you think of my stream. But Mr. Balrog does share the dad jokes across many streams. You might not have just seen him in those other streams. I think he might have been a little bit too timid to say dad jokes in Adam's stream. Okay. Yeah, he's occasionally in Adam's stream too, but I think maybe he's a little bit more timid there. Okay, so right, what we want to do is, this is a fallback. This is like the a default quest, but once we have a quest, then we're going to fill in depending on the reward, right? So it's going to be if reward is initial, else if reward is recurring. If it's not either, then we're just going to drop the row. So there's no else. And we can form the rest of the component here, right? So I can say const auto reward. I can't use that name. Item JSON object. All right. And why type it when I can copy paste it, right? So where did I have that? In the test? Here we go. I'm going to copy it. No, copy it, I meant. And here, I'm going to paste it. Unindent. All right, so we're going to fill in the things that we got here. Max quantity. Name. Quantity. The pop-up thing is annoying me right now. I might reduce that, or increase the timeout for that. I think it's reduced to 0 right now. Okay, note is special. Note I have to be careful for, it might be null. So I'm not going to actually convert it to string. I'm going to leave the type to be database abstractions value. And we'll add it if it exists. So here, it defaulted, we don't know if it's there. This is tile ID. This is tile set ID. And then I gotta say if note dot get type is not equal to database abstractions value type null, then it had better be a string. And we're gonna say item key item note is casted to a string, please. And I can't do that because it's const, so let's remove the const. Okay. And then if it's initial, then it fits in under quest initial rewards. Key quest reward item is what it actually, it's just item, right? So there's where we move it. Standard move item. Otherwise, it's recurring rewards. There we go. Done. All right, let me catch up on chat. Need a Twitch team puny programmers? Oh, punny programmers. Why did I see that as puny? Punny programmers. Yeah, but I'm not very punny. Const auto now looks clunky. You can just think it as the evil twin of let. Right? So again, const auto foo in C++, the version of that is just let auto, or let foo in Rust, right? Auto foo in C++ is let mute foo in Rust. Int foo C++ is let foo I32 in Rust. All right. So I kind of have been trying to train my brain to just recognize the pattern. So const is just the inverse or the shadow of the absence of a mute. And if there's no const, that means there should be a mute. Auto itself is just the lack of a type. What's the right term for that? Type discriminator or type bound? A type bound, right? So this basically says infer the type. So it's just a lack of a bound or a type declaration. Last one. Oh yeah, you're right. You are correct. You get a point. That's your first point here, so let me give you a second point. Yeah, so I messed up there. I didn't have a const, so I should have a mute there. That's why I'm probably making mistakes as I go from one language to the other, because it's not very clear and obvious. I've been trying to train my brain to the associations that I have with const auto to map that to the absence of a let, absence of a mute and the absence of a type discriminator, and then vice versa. So when you see const auto in C++, just think of it as a let with no type specified. And if it's auto, that means it's mutable because we're going to be changing it. And the reference carries over. So if you see a reference in C++, it's a reference. Quest is a reference in C++ and Rust. All right, I built it, right? Did it build correctly? It did. Let's run the test again. It passed. First try. That makes me really suspicious. All right. Can I break it just to make sure? Let's change it to 11 maximum stack size for chicken and see the test break. Yep. And it's not going to be very specific about what one's different, but there is 11, and in the expected, it'll be a 10. All right. Cool. I think I'm done with C++ for a while. I'm going to take a break after I check this in and then learn Rust macros. Sound like fun? Yeah, I was working with certificates this morning. Don't know if anyone noticed, but the server's SSL certificate expired. All right. Right, so we're adding quest. Yep, adding quest. Okay, that's a different check-in. And we're not checking those in. Okay, so add, well, work in progress, migrating data to, or ECS data to SQLite, and that's implement deserialization of quests, quest information. And this is just to fix a typo, fix typos. And then I don't want those files actually. Remove out CPP out Rust. And it's clean. Push that. Rust time, yeah. It's time for Rust. But first, I'm gonna take a break. Working on first try in C++ is suspicious. In Rust, it's an achievement. Oh, working on first try. Okay, yeah, I see. Yeah. It is suspicious in C++. In Rust, yeah, you're right. It's like, whoa, we're done. It actually compiled. Made a big change and all the tests are passing. That's got to be something not working right. Yeah, exactly. I immediately get suspicious. I'm actually comfortable when things fail on the first 1 or 2 or 3 times. And then I feel that sense of accomplishment where we get it to turn green. When it's green at the first, that's really scary. Okay, I'm going to take a break. So how am I going to do this? I'm going to go over here to this timer. I'm going to just take a quick 3-minute break. I'll be back with some Rust. Starting the break. I'll be right back. Okay, important news. Apparently, according to my son, one of the streamers he watches recently broke the world record in pencil sharpening, sharpening 10 pencils down to nothing in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Anyway, let's change the current task. I was actually thinking, like, I think I might be doing a community service because it's like, hey, that streamer is coding in C++. I'm used to Rust. Let's see if C++ is worth learning. Watches Raimu. Nope. Yeah, Yeah, but why? I don't know. It was just random. I walked by. He said, Dad, one of the streamers I watch beat the world record in pencil sharpening. You segfault in safe Rust because you're using WinRT from Microsoft, which wraps are unsafe in safe? What? It's a very useful skill. I suppose. Anyway, we're changing the current task. So, learning Rust macros. I feel that I should have an exclamation mark there because it's sort of like both expressing my excitement, learning something almost wizard-like in Rust, and also macros have that exclamation mark, bang, whatever you want to call it, in them. So let's change projects and not save that, but go over here. I have this playground set up with a lot of different Rust things here. In fact, while I was watching Adam's stream, I was using this project to do some of the elite code challenges. Seems that it'd be more challenging to have the longest continuous grind on a pencil without stopping. Yeah. Wrapping unsafe code in safe is normal. It sounds exceptional, but the problem really is the WinRT Rust API is just overly unsafe and hides it. Yeah, well, unsafe is just to mark that you're doing something which the compiler and runtime might not be able to help you prevent doing something wrong, right? So it makes sense that you'd segfault in it, even if it was wrapped in safe. Hey there, Rally Monkey. How are you doing? Let's catch up a little bit too. I forgot to say hi to some people. Tochikari, hello. Papadas del Papa, hello. And Marco Dev, hello. So I did some C++ earlier. I'm switching gears to learn macros. So let me get this set up. I'm almost for sure going to want a separate playground for this. So let's do cargo new macros. All right, and then I'm going to add macros here. And then I'm going to do a cargo build, or a Clippy, I guess. Yes, I did mean Clippy. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Shoot. Let's try this again. Rust, cargo new, macros. Yeah, there we go. So then cargo Clippy. Cargo run bin macros. Hello world. Thank you, Rally Monkey. Which book is that? Which, if I paste it, let me see which one you're talking about. That's not what I wanted. I wanted just the link. The Little Book of Rust Macros. Is this the link we already had? No, this is something different. All right. Proc Macro Workshop. Procedural Macros Workshop. This repo contains a selection of projects designed to learn to write Rust procedural macros, Rust code that generates Rust code. Very meta. Yeah, error server not found. It's more like Ramu knowledge of macros not found. Okay, there's a suggested prerequisites. Maybe I should look at that. We'll assume a working understanding of structs, enums, traits, generic, and trait. Actually, I'm pretty good with that. Welcome to dive into the workshop with any level of experience. We find these basics are far easier to learn the first time outside of the context of macros. So this is a different thing that looks cool. So let me do two things. We'll put the link there and I'll give man a point. Actually, turn forever. That's a good point. I should probably open the Rust book too. Rust up, Doc. Rust up, Doc. I love saying that. I don't know why. Because I'm weird. And then the Rust programming language, I need to set this to AU, make it bigger, and find the chapter on macros. Maybe we will start there, just to review. Because I did look at it, I just didn't get very far into it. Yeah, here we go. It's in the advanced chapter. The little book is good, but about a bit outdated. Huh. The little book of macros, is that the one that we were looking at here? Yeah. So we have that. We have here in my collection of links, I got little book of Rust macros. I got the proc macro workshop, and we got the Rust books guide. I think we'll start here. Maybe what I'll do is I'll do this first, then we'll look at that, and then we'll look at the little book to round out the knowledge. Okay. We've used macros like println. In fact, we get one for free in our default program, right? Println. Declarative macros and 3 kinds of procedural macros. Okay. Well, what I would like to do, the objective would be to do what I have. I should just open it in the other window. Open recent here. Close everything. It was in lib.rs. Yeah. I would like to learn enough so that I could code this. So taking a syntax of a different language, in this case JSON, and making that work in Rust via a macro to encapsulate the information in that other syntax somehow. So that's my objective today, is to write that kind of macro. We'll learn about the other kind of macros too. Okay, we can use the macro chapter in the book and the little book. So maybe this is later? Let's do that later then. So it's macro rules. Okay. Declarative macros. So there are 4 kinds of macros then. There's declarative macros, and then 3 kinds of procedural macros. Custom derived macros that specify code added with the derived attribute used in struct enums. Attribute-like macros that define custom attributes on any item. Function-like macros that look like function calls but operate on the token specified as their argument. This is like println, right? Then I don't know the difference between declarative macros and function-like macros. Okay. That's what they're going to explain to us. Expand to produce more code. Yep. Macros can take a variable number of parameters. Macros are expanded before the compiler interprets the meaning of the code. Function can't because it gets called at runtime, right? Downside implementing a macro instead of a function is that the macro definitions are more complex. Tell me about it. More complex. We're writing Rust code that writes Rust code. So I take it that the Rust code that we're writing is executed during compile time. Then the book cover trade-offs? I don't know. Is there a way to make Rust binary smaller? You did a hello and it became 2.8 meg after compiling. Good question. I don't know. But we have a lot of Rust experts in chat who might know. And hello, Barata Toxica. Does size matter in 2020? It might for an embedded target. If you wanted to use Rust to write code for a microcontroller, you want that as small as you can get it. Space is a premium. Hey there, math and video games. Yes, macros do rule. I wonder if that's a pun there. Macros rule. macro rules. There you go. No STD, that to remove the standard library. Yeah, if you are going to go embedded, you just use the core library, right? Rust up doc, and I want keep. I should just have the default browser be different when I'm streaming. Here. Core, right? You want to just go with the Rust core library. It's the foundation of Rust, and it is minimal. So hopefully that would make things smaller. So I don't know, if you're only using things that are in core and not standard, try the no standard macro. But I'm guessing also that they would have command line options to the Rust compiler to scrunch things down too, right? In addition to release. C and C++ have optimize for size options. I would imagine Rust would have a similar thing. I don't know. Anyway. Sorry, I can't answer that yet. Oh, there you go. Let's look at that. I'm curious. I don't mind taking little side discussions. Do you want a quick takeaway? Look at the end of the post. Compile with release. Enable LTO and strip the binary. That's... I used to know what that meant. I'll have to look and see what it means. Use the system allocator, assuming nightly. Huh. Optimization level size. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that there would be a size optimization. Executable compressor. Huh. So what's LTO? Link time optimization. There you go. So those things you can try. Hey there, Tim Bodette. How are you today? How's the racing going? Have you won any races recently? See, there are all sorts of nice and helpful people in chat, and I'm going to actually take that guide and bookmark it here. And this is for making Rust executables smaller. And give you a point for that. Oh, and Mr. Halsey also had one. Let me give you a point. Is that something I can look at really quick? Maybe just look at the title page and see what it's about, and then the speed size trade-off. There we go. Aha, so there is an optimize for size. Optimization level S. Cool. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They're inherited from Clang, and because I remember that from both Microsoft compiler and GCC and Clang, that you can optimize for speed and for size, and that there's a trade-off. Yeah, okay, cool. You haven't won a race in ages. It's supposed to get to generally people have far too skilled for well, as long as you place in the top, what was it? What was the name for that? You're hoping to get, what was the name? I forget. The top 3, right? Rust is just a front end for LLVM. Yes, it is the front end for LLVM. The front end. Forbidden knowledge. Podium, that's right, Podium. Yeah, you're hoping to get Podium. All right, so yeah, we're learning about secret forbidden knowledge today in Rust. Macros. So I'm delving into what makes up, not that window. What makes up a macro in Rust? Anything that has an exclamation point or a bang is one kind of macro in Rust. And I want to learn how to do something like here, this JSON macro, which is really dang cool. In Rust, you can embed another language, and here it's JSON or JavaScript simple object notation, right? And it's exactly the same syntax. If I copied that and made a new file out of that and said it was JSON, it would almost work, except for that is filled in with whatever value is in this variable, which is a string. So imagine this was some string, and that's actually, there's a comma there. Technically, there's no comma in real JSON. Okay, but anyway, you can make the syntax match exactly with variable replacement, and that's through this the magic of macros. So I want to learn that. That's what I'm trying to do today. I'll keep the comma in there. It looks like it's relaxed JSON because you can have commas there. Interesting. You can go to the definition of JSON, yeah, but I'm too scared to do that until I read about it first. We'll do that. Downside to implementing a macro instead of a function. Okay, I already did this. They're more complex. You have to bring them in scope before you call them, which is normally you don't need to do that in Rust, as opposed to functions you can define anywhere and call anywhere. Okay. The most widely used form is declarative macros. At their core, they allow you to write something similar to a match expression. Their control structures to take an expression, compare the resulting value, and then run the code associated with the matching pattern. Okay, so I'm guessing that the arms are code generator arms instead of value generator arms, right? Replaces the code passed to the macro. There we go. Yep. That all happens during compilation like I thought. Yep. Example, fear the macros. Fear them. We're not going to fear them, we're going to master them, right? Very useful in writing macros? Okay. We'll take a look at that. Okay, so here's another useful macro. Declaring, or basically that expands to code that gives you a vector. And here's the body of it. And I'm not going to try to interpret it because that's just a simplified example definition. When we start the macro definition with macro rules and the name of the macro we're defining with exclamation mark. Okay, so if we were going to define a macro, then we would have something like macro rules. Oh, look at that. It expanded to a bunch of stuff. Let's call ours, I don't know. Oh, hey there, kitty. The cat's wanting to be groomed. I'm in the middle of streaming. Can it wait? Let's call it, I don't know. My mind is drawing a blank. How about cat? Since the cat is bothering me. We're going to make a cat macro. Not a dog macro, a cat one. Call it, hey there, kitty. Maybe that'll be the body of it. Okay, alright, so yeah, it does look like a match. I can see how that works. It's similar to a match. Here we have one arm with that pattern and the block of code associated with it. Oh, so it literally puts that code in place of the macro instantiation, right? And then I just need to understand what these tokens mean. Okay, any other pattern will result in an error. Got it. Valid pattern syntax are different than that. Let's walk through what the pattern pieces mean. For the full pattern syntax, there's the reference. Glad to know. Let's open that in another window, because I'll probably want that. First, a set of parentheses encompasses the whole pattern. The $sign is next. I'd feel more comfortable if I actually copied that into here. And then what is it going to tell me? I'm not using it. Let's turn that off for a second. Allow unused, what was it? Macros. Actually, can I do that for just one? Yeah, I can. Not crate wide. The difference between that I've learned is that that just means the next definition. When you put a bang there, it's crate wide. So that's why it silenced it everywhere. So by doing it that way, I can selectively turn on and off the warning. All right. Right, a whole parenthesis surrounds the whole pattern. A $sign is next, followed by a set of parentheses that captures values that match the pattern within the parentheses for use in the replacement code. So that's this. Within that is that, right, which matches any Rust expression and gives the expression the name X. Okay, so this says the next thing has to be an expression, name it X. Got it. The comma following that, so right here, indicates that a literal comma character could potentially appear after the code that matched in there. The star or the asterisk specifies that the pattern matches 0 or more of the preceding. Okay, so it's 0 or more of these. Why is comma optional? Why is it optional? I don't know. It matches 3 times with the 3 expressions 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Oh, I see. So it's where the $sign is, right? Right. This thing gets replaced. Okay. There are some strange edge cases. In the future, Rust will have a second kind of declarative macro that'll work similar but fix some of these edge cases. Then it'll be deprecated. With this in mind, as well as the fact that most Rust programmers will use macros and not write them, we won't discuss it any further. Oh no! It's optional because it doesn't enforce a trailing comma. What if you wanted to enforce a trailing comma, though? I guess to answer that question, we have to know more about it. And that's a direct link to this one, I'm sure, right? So if I right-click there, am I getting the same link? Yes, I am. Okay. Let's keep that for reference. I guess we're going into the little book, because that's where that's the breadcrumb here. Unless we wanted to go into procedural macros, which we decided not to do. Okay, so if you put it in brackets, so I'll probably learn that through here, right? All right. Note that this is a work in progress. This book is attempted to distill Rust community's collective knowledge of Rust macros. Good. We are distilling the magic to consume it. So, am I going to the right chapter? Yeah. Macro by example system macro rules, rather than trying to cover it, instead tend to give you complete how it works. Okay. Yeah, we already did that one. The practical introduction chapter of this book. Where is that? That's a different page. Okay. Hold on. Oh, that's this. Wait, why did it link somewhere else then? What? No, they're different. Practical introduction. They're both named practical introduction, but they're different. Okay. Put that in a different link. Okay, this is probably going to repeat what we already know, right? Oh, no, this is going into something deeper. The general mechanisms on which user-defined macros are built. Okay, source analysis. So we have to actually need to learn a little bit about compilers. This is college level stuff, yo. First stage of compilation is tokenization. Maybe just an old link hardcode in the book? Yeah, it could be. This is where the source text is transformed into a sequence of tokens. Yes. Self is both an identifier and a keyword. In most cases, self is a keyword, but it is possible for it to be treated as an identifier, which will come up later. Secondly, the list of identifier of keywords includes some suspicious such as yield and macro that aren't actually in the language, but are parsed by the compiler. They are reserved for future use. Got it. Left arrow, it's vestigial. It was removed from the grammar, but not from the lexer. Lexer is a fancy term for the tokenizer. Interesting that they didn't define that term. You just have to know that transforming text into sequence of tokens is what the lexer does. That's maybe the first few weeks of the class when you're learning compilers. That it's colon is distinct token. Got it. To this stage, that most languages have their macro layer, though Rust is not right. C, C++, it's the preprocessor that does it. Yeah, we don't need to learn that. Right, the next is where our tokens are turned into a syntax tree through the grammar. A rare long lifetime name. Did they have an example of that? Oh yeah, look at that. Yep. So this is when, like, the second month of the class of compilers, you learn about abstract syntax trees. You take this sequence of tokens and make a tree out of it. No way of knowing, yeah, that it's even syntactically correct. It's just arranging the tokens into the intrinsic structure based off of order of operations and such. And other grammar rules. However, okay, to look at token trees. Somewhere between tokens and the tree. Okay. Almost all tokens are also token trees. They are leaves. It's another kind of thing that can be a token tree leaf. Come back later. Okay. Ominous. The only basic tokens that are not leaves are the grouping tokens. These three are the interior nodes. Okay, so they're structural elements. So that this is a node then. Got it. Cool. This has no relationship to the AST, the expression produced. Instead of a single root, there are 9 token trees. Wait a minute, 9? How do they get 9? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That doesn't... No, that would have been 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why did they say 9? Teacher covered it in 6 to 9 hours. Really? Teacher's awesome then. Usually it takes a while to get there. They actually substitute syntax trees. Yeah, what I'm trying to understand here is what they mean by... I'm trying to digest what this means. I think I need to back up. Oh, at the root level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I get it. So this one's not at the root level. Because it's descending from index, right? Index is this one. I think I got it. Yeah, this is new to me, to have a difference between a token and a tree. And it's a little confusing that they say tree in 2 places. Tree, because this is abstract syntax tree, and a token. So a token tree and an abstract syntax tree are both trees, but they're not the same kind of tree. That's what I'm getting out of that. So how many token trees are there here? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 token trees. No, there are 9. Why? Okay, they've lost me there. I'm just gonna move on. Yeah, that makes sense. It's impossible. It won't pass the lexer, right? At has a purpose. What? Oh, these are footnotes to something else. You need to count the open and closing. Oh, is that so? I'm counting this wrong then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm not getting 9 when I count that way though. By root level, do you guys mean this row and not this row or this row? Because the only way I can get 9 is if I count these 4, these 2, and then these 3. Yeah, so 4 plus 3 plus 2. But I don't really understand why we're counting these 3 to get 9 at the root level. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna move on. That's too confusing. It happens after the construction of the abstract syntax tree. The syntax used to invoke a macro must be a proper part of the language's syntax. There are several syntax expressions. Okay. Yeah, I get that. Top row has 9, did it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I only count 8. Unless I'm counting this wrong and that needs to be counted as 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. That's 4. Oh, that's I didn't count that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's what you're saying? Okay. I see. So the parentheses themselves are counted as they're counted at the root level as token trees, but they're all leaves. So we have 8 leaves and 1 non-leaf, and that non-leaf is this inner tree here. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what was confusing me too. I didn't think I should be counting that separately from the parentheses. Yeah, okay, I got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I would have probably put like a symbol here. And probably I would have put numbers above there. I would have, just like you guys are doing in chat, I would have put numbers above that to mark that. Then it would have made more sense. Thank you. Mr. Halsey. Ektendev. Silmeth. Sprudeldel. You don't get that before Sprudeldel mentioned it. You're right. So maybe we'll give Sprudeldel another point. Could have illustrated better. Yeah, well, maybe we can suggest a change. I don't know. I'm not motivated to do it right now. Okay, let me go through this. What? There's currently no way to define a macro that uses the... What is this? They lost me on that somehow. The first two are attributes. Yes, I understand that. And syntax extensions. Currently no way to define the... Oh, they're saying there's no way to define one that uses these forms. Okay. The third one here is the form available for use with macros. It's not limited to macros. It's a generic syntax extension form. Okay, got it. Oh, that's where the book is outdated? So there is a way to declare these now? All right. So yeah, I'll try not to take anything they say here as absolute then. Or another way to think of it is, I'm learning an older form of Rust just for its concepts, and then I need to update my knowledge to the present at some point. How does the Rust parser know what arg looks like for every possible extension? The answer is that it doesn't have to. The argument of syntax extension invocation is a single token tree. That makes sense to me, yes. It is a single non-leaf token tree. So that's why they have the parentheses. That makes sense to me. That's why they have this parentheses here. Or this parentheses here. That's one token tree. Right? Might assume it's already changed, yeah. Simply sees a collection of meaningless token trees. Yes, so this whole thing is one token tree. That whole thing is one token tree. Got it. We can replace all these syntactic boxes, leaving us... Oh, so it's including the outer braces. Right, the outer braces, that's how it's done, right? Remembers the tokens that are contained there, yes. But doesn't try to understand them. Okay, got it. Moving on. How far are we to... Okay. Last point is the most important as it has significant implications. Macros are parsed as part of the abstract syntax tree. Part of the abstract syntax tree. Sort of get that. Like as an expansion to form the abstract syntax tree. To the first point, some of what will be said below will apply to syntax extensions in general, okay? Macros can appear in place of the following: patterns, statements, expressions. So basically, wherever wherever a token tree is expected, you can put a macro. Oh wait, I'm wrong. Oh, okay. Wherever you have an AST, an abstract syntax tree that's not a leaf node. Got it. So these are not leaves, these are leaves. Okay, although I don't quite get that one. Wouldn't that... I sort of get it. So these... No, I don't get it. I thought I did, but I don't. There's absolutely definitely no way to use macros in any position not on the first list. Okay, yeah, I don't really get this yet. Well, that's okay. I don't need to right away. Okay, so this might not be unstable anymore. That might be done. Expansion is relatively simple affair at some point after the construction of the AST, but before compiler begins constructing its semantic understanding, will expand all macros. Traverses the AST, loading macro invocations and replacing with their expansion. How this happens is up to a particular syntax extension. They go through exactly the same process the macros do once their expansion is complete. It seems like a Timbo dead. What I'm trying to do is learn macros. So if this is how you define something like they had an example. Like I'll just do the example. It was like let x equal vec 1, 2, 3, right? This makes x into a vector collection of 32-bit integers. But it does it by taking this and replacing it wherever you see that. Well, taking the contents of that, because it's kind of, it looks to me like a regular expression. It's saying that there's one or zero or more expressions separated by commas. That's what that is. And it just replaces this with that, but that filled in with 3 lines. So it'd be temp. So like literally, my understanding is you'll get this out. It'll turn into let x equal that, where this is that line 3 times, where this x is whatever is inside there. So this expands to that because of this definition, and the gist, I get the gist of it. The particular syntax with the $signs I don't quite get yet, but they haven't gotten there. You can expand macros in the Rust playground? Oh, neat. Yeah, so hopefully I got that correct. I think I did, because we're getting the same definition here, right? Yeah. So, not learning all of the compiler, but we're learning enough of how the compiler works to make our own macros that operate similarly to the ones that are provided in the standard library. So, my examples were that the JSON macro is implemented by the CERD JSON library, and it's a way to take literal JSON syntax and then with a little bit more features. So like, for example, we can have tailing commas that aren't normally allowed in JSON, and you can have variable replacement and put it directly into Rust source code. Pretty cool, huh? So you could do the same thing with XML, etc. And I want to learn how we can make our own macros that do similar things. So like if I was going to implement my own JSON library and I wanted to be able to do the same kind of thing, I'd have to know how to write that macro. So it's going to have some form like this, and I was going to play around and make my own cat macro. So let's say let Casper equal some kind of cat. What do we want to put here? Let's make it look like vector meow and old. And let's say we're gonna have a struct cat that forms, right? This is a contrived example. Favorite word string and relative age. What I want to do is like have this macro fill in something here. I don't even know if I have the syntax right yet. We'll find out. JSON macro is just 213 lines long. Yeah, I don't think it would be that long. I mean, what this is doing is just going to recursively break apart, like if that's a curly brace, then this is an object which is a sequence of key value pairs, and the values are like recursive invocations of that macro, right? And you'd have similar thing for arrays, and you'd have simpler arms for scalar values. You can expect, yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Hey there, Ahmed Hopext. How are you doing? And a username OP. Hello. All right, but right now I'm learning from the little book of macros. Okay, can turn a syntax extension into any of the following: an expression, a pattern, 0 or more items, simple items, or statements. Because of the list that we saw here, this is what it can be. Here. Hey there, Symbiote. I'm doing well. How are you? I'm trying to learn how to make my own macros in Rust. So it's fairly advanced stuff. The Rust book has an introduction chapter here under the advanced features section. So you know it's not going to be easy. So I got through the introduction in the Rust book, and now we're looking at what's called the little book, and trying to absorb this information here. The objective is to try to make my own toy macro called cat that's going to make a cat. My cat's name is Casper, so we're going to embody Casper's existence within using my own custom-made macro just to play around with it. Am I going too slow? Yeah, that's fine. You stick to the functions, yeah. That's what they say in the book here. They say most Rust programmers will use macros rather than write macros. Right? So that's fine. But I'm curious. It's a structural operation, not a textural one. Yeah, I know that. Consider the following. 8 equals 2 times 4. Like we're playing golf or something. You can visualize this as there's the binary operation multiply. There's the let off to the side. There's the literal integer there. And then what we're multiplying it with is some macro. The body is empty. It's named 4. Got it. It must expand to an expression. It can only be an expression. Okay. Whatever the actual expression is, it will be interpreted as a complete expression. In this case, we'll assume 4 is defined that it expands to the expression 1 plus 3. So it gets replaced with this thing here. Okay. Got it. Like that, yes. Note that we added parens despite them not being in the expansion. Remember, the compiler always treats expansion as a complete AST node, not as a mere sequence of tokens, right? So even if you don't explicitly wrap it in parentheses, there's no way for the compiler to misinterpret it. Got it. Like in C++ and C, the C preprocessor would. If you all didn't laugh at that, you are rocks. Hey, I sprinkle in my unique, weird sense of humor when I can. You're all fired! Except for Tim. All right. Okay. Another syntax extension. For example, consider what happens if it's 1 plus 3. This is resolved by the compiler checking the result of expansions for additional macros and expanding, so it's recursive. Fine. Got it. Expansion happens in passes, so it's multi-pass until it's all extended. No, not quite. Imposes an upper limit, so there's a limit of 32. Macro recursion limit of 32. Why 32? Seems arbitrary. What is this obsession with 32? 32-bit integers. 32 macro recursion limit. I don't know. Oh, it can be raised with that. That's nice. Must be done crate-wide. Well, you know what we need to do then? It's obvious. We need to... You guys know what I'm going to type, right? We need to make the recursion limit over 9,000, obviously. Is that not possible? Oh, it has to be in quotes. There. Now it's over 9,000. It had to be done. Someone had to do it. Infinity? You can't put infinity. Nope. Infinity, not allowed. Just out of curiosity, if I put the infinity, is that the right symbol for infinity? I think it is. Nope. It must be a non-negative integer. Infinity is a non-negative integer. Come on. Come on. 10 out of 10 meme. Yeah, I deserve to fail fishes in the nut like this. That's fine. What did I say a minute ago? My weird sense of humor. Uninfinity, yeah. It's a syntax extension. It's technically not part of the syntax, right? So it's okay, got it. And that's what we're doing here, right? So there are multiple rules in there. Actually, no, there's only one rule. There's only one rule. You can omit the semicolon after the last, so I don't need that semicolon there. Yep, indeed. Didn't need it. All right. Each rule looks like so. So pattern expansion. Actually, the parens and braces can be any kind of group, but parens around the pattern and braces are the expansion are somewhat conventional. So I could say that it is this if I wanted. Interesting. Okay. Expands to nothing. Yeah, it makes sense. This is just telling the compiler what to do whenever it runs into that later. When it's invoked, the interpreter goes through the rules one by one in lexical order. It tries to match the contents of the input tree against the rules pattern. It must match the entirety of the input for it to be considered. So it's going to be first match then. First match that works. It's just a match, yes. Yeah, my sense of humor, I don't have a sense. I don't have one. Okay, so in this case, that means that's empty pattern. Okay, so if the input is empty, replace it with that. Got it. What? Oh, right, the grouping tokens are not matched, right? I could, yeah, it'll still match. So does that mean that I can, that's also a convention here? I could have done it this way. Well, look at that. So there's no magic about that being square brackets. It could be parentheses, or it could even be curly braces, right? No, it can't be curly braces, apparently. Oh, because, no, they can be. I killed the exclamation point somehow. Okay, so they just have to be balanced. I can't unbalance it like that. Yeah. Actually, what does it say when I do that? It says, expected 2 arguments, found 1. Yeah, it's confused. Okay. Patterns also contain literal token trees, which must be matched exactly. This is done by simply writing the token trees normally. For example, to match the sequence for function sprang whammo, you would use for function. Oh, okay. You can use any token tree that you can write. Got it. Patterns can also contain capture. So let me see if I know enough to write this. So if this is going to accept 2 strings, I don't know how to say I guess it would be expression. So it would be something like this goes to cat favorite word. I need to match X expression, Y expression, right? With a comma in between. And that would be X, I think. Relative age Y. Nope. I have this in the wrong place. No, hold on. I don't know if I need these parentheses or not. I'm guessing that I do? No. What's it telling me here? So maybe that doesn't go there? I'm totally guessing now. I have no idea what I'm doing. You don't need the surrounding ones? Well, let's just remove them then. Okay. But it didn't like that. Oh, so I should do like, here and here. I should say string from there. Hey, look at that. It worked. So Why didn't it work when I had these before then? If they're optional, can I put them in there anyway? Yeah, I don't understand what those parentheses $sign parentheses mean yet. Just for repetition. Oh. I think I see what you're saying. Okay. I think I need to keep reading to understand what I did. Captures are written as a $sign followed by an identifier, a colon, and finally the kind of capture. Okay. Cool. So if I say, what can I pick out of here? A path. What's a path? I don't know. Token tree. Dot, dot, dot. What? Oh, they're just not filling that in. They're just saying, look at this part. Okay, got it. You can mix literal token trees and captures within limits. Okay. Right. I know they expand. That's how you expand it. That's where you put the capture. That's how you put the capture into the expansion. All right. Single complete expression. You can also have multiple captures in a single pattern. Okay. Okay, here we go. So I did it that way because there was no repetition. When you have a repetition, you have that token. Got it. Okay. Path is a Rust item path mod. Oh, so like a qualified name in C++. Like which namespace it's in. Okay. Patterns can contain repetitions to allow a sequence of tokens to be matched. They have the general form that something in there that sep wrap. Optional separator. Oh, so that's how JSON does it. They use a colon. All right. The required repeat control. And then since right, so they can't make the last comma forbidden easily because it's always optional. That means you can always have it on the last one. So 0 or more, 1 or more. You can't write 0 or 1 or any other specific count. Bummer. At least not this version of Rust. Rust macro rules visualizer. That sounds cool. Repetitions use the same syntax and expression. This is a macro which formats each element as a string. Yes, I like how they broke that out. I like that style of documentation, actually. Enclose. Oh. That's one way to do to string. That's leveraging the display trait, right? What's the V there for? Oh, that's the value. Okay, that just looked weird to me. It looked like an arrow pointing down. Minutia. You should be at least aware of these details. Coal? It cannot stop or backtrack. That means that the second rule of the following macro cannot ever match no matter what input is provided. Hold on, what? Once the parser begins consuming tokens for capture, it cannot stop. This means that the second line of the following cannot ever match. Oh, because an identifier, it works as an expression, right? The interpreter will start at the first rule and tend to parse the input as an expression. Got it. Okay. I understand. The first token is valid as an expression. That's the key there. So, right. At this point, given that there's no right-hand side, you might expect the parser to give up. No, it won't. Okay. So it's not like normal matches where it would try the next rule. Okay, got it. It's important to know that you write macros rules from most specific to least specific. That makes sense. See, you put that first and then this second, and it would work. Restricts what can... Okay, so hold on. So if I understand this right, then I could have like a default if I did maybe... Hold on, what can I put there? Item block statement pad. Those are captures. What can I... Oh, okay, I can do tokens. I can do arbitrary tokens. So I can do like this, for example. If I did that, then I would need inner brackets down here. Like that. Cool. Then I can make another rule where it's just maybe one expression. And then have it be like this, for example. Where the favorite word is always just meow. That's X. So that I could have just old in here. Old cat. There we go. That worked. Cat goes woof. Your brain hurts with those macros. So this one matches the first rule, and this one matches the second rule, right? Where the first rule is that if you see a bracket, we're going to try to expand it like this. If you don't see a bracket, but you see an expression, then you expand it to be this. So, split right. There we go. I hardly ever do the split, but in this case, it might actually help. So, this rule matches that. This rule matches that. I had to put inner brackets here because that's what I'm using to have it tell to go to the first rule at all. If I didn't, then if I didn't do that, and I do that, this one won't work, right? Actually, how does that work? Oh, wait. It did work. Look at that. Is it because there was no comma? It didn't see a comma, so... Okay, but if I did that and removed the comma, what's it telling me here? Oh, you can't have... Oh, interesting. You can't have two expressions back to back. What I was trying to do is to have it be like... I thought I needed extra brackets in here to make sure we got to that rule, but I guess we don't. We should just run this. Make sure I understand it right. Per. And then we'll run it. Terminal. Cargo, run, bin, macros. Oh. I have to implement display. Derive display. Right? Oh, debug. Not display. Debug. Yes. Yeah, okay, so it does work. I thought I needed an extra token here to disambiguate, but I guess I don't. How did you get cat? I defined it right here. There's my macro. There's my cat macro. If you change the order, you don't need the extra brackets. That's the weird thing. I didn't have to change the order, but would it have been a problem if I defined them in the other way? That has to have a little thing there. No, see, it still worked. There's something disambiguating it so it still works. Huh. Well, maybe it's something that they added in the newer Rust, so this isn't actually correct anymore. When it says this, I don't know. Can't contain a comma. But I mean, would this still be a problem? Let's see. Let's try that. Actually, we probably don't need these lines now. We're actually using them, right? Yeah. Okay, and then let me try their example. Dead rule x plus. And that works if x is a what? Is an expression. Oh, I have to actually put something in here. How about we just expand it as is? And we'll make it be e equals plus equal 1 or something. Right? So then I should be able to say, like, let x equal 42, and it should just work. Yeah, okay, it doesn't work. It needs it to be an expression, but if I flip the two, it should work, right? Now it will work. No, it didn't. Did I get something wrong in here? Oh, that should be an I. It's still a problem. Oh, mute. Oh, the warning is it's never used, so let's just debug it. Oh, that's interesting. Did that not do what I thought? Oh, right, that doesn't yield some, but I could do this. I can say, comma, I. Right? In a block. There. There we go. So that works, but the other way probably doesn't. So I don't know. Is it that, it's somehow smart and knows that there's another expression there, so it knows to go to the second arm? I was expecting in this order it would run into this and say, wait a second, I don't expect a comma on another expression. Yeah, so definitely for this one it has to be in the correct order. But the other one, it didn't matter for some reason. Let me catch up in chat. Maybe you guys told me. Because an expression can't contain a comma. Oh, I see what you're saying. So it looks at this whole... I should try to either use this split or lose it. Let's lose the split. I was thinking maybe I could put the split on the right. You're saying that it looks at this whole tree and says it's not an expression because there's a comma in it. So this is something else, not an expression. What would it be then? I need to go back, don't I? There was a list of what it could be. Items? I don't know what an item is. Wait a minute. This thing I have highlighted, that's not an expression? Well, then what is it? It's got to be either a pattern, a statement, or an items. Maybe it's items. Hey there, Cthulhu. We're learning arcane Rust today. Macros. How are you today? Yeah, so what is this? Is this an items? This would have to be an items. I don't know what they meant by items. I'm glad you're well. I'm going to guess that this is called an items, but I don't know. It's not an expression. Maybe I'm interpreting this wrong. Macros can appear in place of the following. Oh, I'm interpreting this wrong. This is where they can appear, not what the arm could have in it. Okay, so I'm wrong. Ignore me. Well, I should just say, I take that back. Okay, so whatever this is, it's not an expression. That's why it works. Please check out that for my cat macro. We can try it. Let's see. Sounds like a useful thing. This is the disassembly of it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, let's do it at that level, and then I'll take my cat macro, which I'm growing rather fond of. Well, that's pretty cool. Look at that. It knew enough to join them at the end. How did it know that? Preserve groups. Wait a minute. That doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, it does. Oh, folding common sections. Okay. So there's a common section there that it folds that way. That's neat. Okay, I kind of get it. In that it's smart enough not to go this path when it sees a comma. Because the whole thing is one tree. Right? And that's part of that tree. Okay, anyway, let me move on. That's pretty cool, though. Who was the first one to recommend that one? Was that in my notebook? This is Lucas. I don't see it. Let me search. 715209 did. Now try for the dead rule. Will do. Let me give a point to 715209 who first mentioned this, and I find this really handy, so let me put it in my notes. There we go. Actually, you were replying to man at the time. 1203. There's a macro rules visualize. I'll give man another point too. There we go. You just didn't remember the name. Okay. So yeah, let's try it. Let's try the dead rule. That's one way, and then the other way that didn't work is that way. So it's kind of not smart enough to tell me that it's dead, right? Interesting though. Kind of cool. It would be cool if it marked that this is impossible to expand, because an identifier is an expression. Hey there, War Eagle. And also, I should say hello to Saru. Can't be parsed as a single expression. Yeah, yep. 3 tokens. Yeah, so that apparently is my weakness in understanding. We'll hopefully get over that. Let me keep going. We're in the minutia now. All right, this is where we were. It doesn't try the next rule because... See, it's this starting at the... to attempt to parse it that I don't quite get. Shows what delimits certain types. Oh, there we go. That sounds useful. Hope you guys are enjoying learning Rust macros with me, along with the experts in chat. Okay, I see. Can start trailing expressions. Not a character which can be safely ruled out. Expression may only be followed by one of those tokens. Pattern can be followed by one of those. Path can be followed by those. I don't know what viz is yet. Repetitions are involved. So this is just limitations on what you can do. Yeah, there can't be anything left over. I mean, that's why we get an error when we try this way, right? Because it's going to say that plus is it found the end of macro arguments. It expected there to be an expression. It's like you're not done with the expression. You need to have like a 1 or something in there, right? When we do that, it's like, I need an expression you didn't finish. Whereas this is almost an expression and matches better. Okay, I'm not explaining that very well. I need to keep reading. It restricts what, yeah, that's what we were just seeing, right? 1.3, that's pretty a long time ago. So I'm not going to pay attention to that. Generally forbids a repetition to be followed by another repetition. Yeah, because that would be ambiguous, wouldn't it? All right. I'm going to take a break. So I'll be back in 3 minutes. Yeah, my break timer's timing down is close enough. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Just needed to take a break. Let me continue to understand. What I'm trying to get an understanding of is why exactly this isn't, why we have to order these like that, but I didn't have to order these differently. I'm hoping to learn that after I keep reading here. It's not token-based despite very much looking like it. Here's a demonstration. Okay. Capture expression, then stringify. Takes all tokens it is given and concatenates them into one big string. Wait, hold on. When output, the output when run is that. Oh, because this is one token. Is an AST expression node. Got it. This is what stringify gets invoked with. It gets this complex tree, and we get that whole thing. No, this is the second case. Right, so we get the entire tree out. Exactly one tree which contains the AST, which is parsed. When what you see in the output is not the stringified tokens, it's the stringified AST node. Okay. This is hard to understand. This is hard to this is hard to slog through, actually. Capture, then match tokens. Expression, and then call match tokens with that expression. Okay. Match tokens. If that expression... Yeah, welcome to macros, yeah. Got an addition. So, hold on. This will be one expression, right? Won't it only work with this? No, I'm wrong. You can get the addition. Wait, what? Oh, I see. That expression could be a complex expression, and that whole expression is then broken out against these rules, right? No, I was wrong. I was wrong. When we use it with matched tokens, we can get different things, but when we use it, yeah, it's just got something else. So yeah, it's not an identifier, it's an expression. If we had an expression arm, we would be able to see that. I see how that works. Okay. Becomes undestructible. You cannot examine the contents or match against it ever again. So it just looks like one thing. It wouldn't even be an expression, right? What are the things it can be? What would it just be? Item or block or something? Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I need to go back. Am I looking at the right thing? I'm lost. I've gotten lost. I went too far back. Let's just go forward. Yeah, here we go. I don't know what it would be then. I guess it would still be expression? I don't know. This isn't the easiest to understand. AST node. Okay, here, as if we weren't confused enough, here's another one that's particularly confusing. Capture then what is. I have no idea what a meta is. Oh, this is talking about attributes? This is 0 or more token trees. Okay. What is no mangle? No mangle attribute. Inline is inline attribute. Something else. So capture no mangle ends up being something else no mangle. Okay, how is that? This is hardcore Rust, but not as much as proc macros. Meta is content of meta here. Yeah, they didn't introduce what that means yet. That's okay. The only way to avoid this is to capture using TT or ident kinds. Once you capture as anything else, the only thing you can do with the result is then substitute it directly. So you can't, once you capture it, you can't pick it back apart. I got that. One library you like now requires 1.45 because of the new declarative macro features. What am I on? Rust C version 44. Uh-oh. I wouldn't be able to use your library then. I think because I never ran Rust up update or whatever. Is it Rust up update or something like that? Must have if that library now requires it. Yeah. Okay. I didn't get this but that's okay. Let's continue. Hygiene. They're partially hygienic. What do they mean by hygienic? Clean? It comes to most identifiers, but not when it comes to generic type parameters or lifetimes. Oh. An invisible syntax context value to all identifiers. When two identifiers are compared, both identifiers, textural names, and syntax contents must be identical for the two to be considered equal. Yeah, you can't destructure it back. I got that. Yep. So that's okay. Using a divided by 10. So that would be I see the problem. They're making a local A and this is not. So it remembers the context of which A you're talking about. Right. Oh, they're using colors now. Background color to denote the syntax content. Now expand the macro invocation. Right. So it's going to get A divided by 10 from the context of where we're calling the let for equal. Not the inner A. I get that. Or call that macro was effectively disappear during expansion. Second, if you attempt to compile this code, compiler respond with something along the following lines. Unresolved name. Yeah, because A didn't mean anything. I mean, it makes sense, like, conceptually. A doesn't exist at this scope. Even if you defined a new one inside the macro, it didn't exist outside. So conceptually, it makes sense. If you attempt to come, yeah, okay. Each macro expansion is given a new unique syntax context for its contents. It's hard to even say. Unique syntax context for its contents. Say that 5 times fast. As a result, there are 2 different A's in the expanded code. One in the first, the second in the other. It's not the same identifier. However similar they may appear. Tokens that were substituted into the expanded output retain the original syntax context by virtue of having been provided to the macro, as opposed to being part of the macro itself. Thus, the solution is to modify it this way, right? To say whatever identifier goes there, substitute it, right? So then, right, A is in both contexts. That's interesting. So you can actually embed a let there into a macro. Huh. I really like the way that they used color to illustrate that. I don't know if that's coming across in the stream, but that the a and the a divided by 10 comes from this, and that, because they're in the same context, they're the same variable. Whereas up here, these two a's are from different contexts, so they're not the same variable. I like that. All right, I understand it. There are two tokens which you are likely to run into eventually that look like identifiers but aren't, except when they are. Oh no, this reminds me of this in JavaScript. Not like this. Okay, that was a bad joke. This is very definitely a keyword. However, it also happens to fit the definition of an identifier. Yeah, because it's used in some places, like you can say self dot and stuff like that. What is self? It is a keyword. Yes. Call with ident. So what is that? What does that mean? Well, that makes no sense. Call with ident requires an identifier. Matched one and substitutes. The self is both a keyword. Okay, whatever that means, it matched as both a keyword and an identifier. Got it. That's how you invoke a macro from a generic macro from a macro. Interesting. Okay then. Might wonder how this is in any way important. Take this example. Takes the name of a macro and invokes it on the second identifier. Yeah, I kind of see that, because the name of a macro is an identifier, right? Oh, I know what this thing. This is the literal open parentheses, and that's a literal close parentheses. And as what we read before, they have to be matched, or else it wouldn't have gotten this far with the lexer, right? So, okay, that makes sense. This will only work if that identifier is a macro. I got it. Yeah, thank you. Parentheses are just tokens. Yep, that makes sense. Thank you, Saru. I also didn't say hi to someone. Typer, hello. You have been unlurked. All right. You might wonder how this is in any way important. Take this example. Okay. Make mutable is a macro that takes an identifier, self, and lets us say let mutable self equal self, which makes sense. That's how we can, actually, why are they doing that? Oh, I see what they're doing. They're making another mutable context so they can do that line. I get it. Why wouldn't it compile? Oh, it doesn't fit as an identifier? This is, the way they're explaining it's very confusing. How can it both be a keyword and not a keyword at the same time? I use it in cases where you can't actually use it. What? Oh, I see. If you wrote let mute self equals self, that's a compiler error, but it still caught it as an identifier for macro rules. I see. Yeah, exactly. I think I ran it. I came to the same conclusion at the same time I saw your chat, Saru. So thank you. So it's, for purposes of matching the macro, it's self matches as an identifier, but the expanded code doesn't make sense because you can't redefine self because self is a keyword. I got it. Yeah. Yep. Somehow, should you be able to write this? No, well, that'll still work, but it won't compile again, right? It's not available in a static method. Maybe a self argument is missing. Wait, what? Self isn't trying to use, isn't the same self. Oh, right, because of the contexts are different. Right? Hold on. Mut self. Where's mut self? Wait, what? Oh, yeah, this self is from a different context, right? That's what they're probably saying. Yeah. It's because using it in here, this is treated like a function called a compile time, right? And it's like, I don't know what self is. There's no context that makes sense for that. Okay, I get it. And this will have the same error, right? Hold on. Double method. I didn't know you could use a macro outside of a function block. Interesting. But yeah, the self is the two different contexts, right? Well, we'll have to look at it, I guess, because I did say I would be looking at macros. Maybe I should be updating my current task to be learning Rust macros. Well, Rust macros. Learning the name. Why can't I remember the name? The name. Declarative. Right? Then when I do procedural macros, we'll say procedural macros, and we'll be hardcore. Okay. This works because, yeah, because that is an identifier, and it's using self from the outer. Okay, that makes sense. Surely this works for similar contexts, right? Oh, that's not an identifier. Yeah. It's a keyword, yes. No, it can't, it's not an identifier. It has no meaning in that context. That way, no, except because self isn't a pattern. Right, it's an identifier. A keyword, I mean. The T, so that must be the loosest thing. Token tree. Okay, I get it. All right, I get it. Pro macro hygiene? What? I have no idea what you mean by pro macro hygiene. You mean hold on. Get the name again. Procedural hygienic procedural macros. Wow. This is arcane. Which is a... Okay, they're just going through the macro. Okay, oh, this is to debug macros. Okay, trace macros, which is directed to compile, instructed to dump every macro invocation prior to expansion. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Okay, so one token tree and then the rest of the token tree. Hold on, but that only goes 32, right? Okay, yeah, right. This just it's a recursive macro expansion. Oh, I see. That's interesting. I wonder how it works. Log syntax, which causes the compiler to output all tokens passed to it. Okay, I can get that. Yeah. What does that mess mean? So that's dash... Oh, no, hold on. Oh. That's just in line in the macro. Okay, got it. Sometimes it's what the macro expands to that proves problematic. For this, the pretty argument to compile can be used. Given this code, compiled with this, it produces this output. Huh. Oh, so this is like printing out after macro expansion the actual source. Okay. Got it. Pretty expanded. That sounds pretty expanded to me too. Okay. How far are we to the end, towards the end? Oh, there's actually a while. Huh. I guess we'll keep going then. The way in which macros are scoped can be somewhat unintuitive. Firstly, unlike everything else in the languages, macros will remain visible in submodules. Ooh. Okay, so they're inherited by child modules scopes. Macros are only accessible after, yeah, we knew that. I think that makes sense to me. It's like, it's at the Lexer level. Okay, does not apply to macros themselves. Wait, what? Hold on, what? Oh, I see. So you can invoke the X macro here, and that would expand, but then when it got to the Y, it would be like, I don't know what the Y means. Got it. All right. It'd be exported using the macro use. That's odd. This can interact in somewhat bizarre ways due to the fact that identifiers in a macro, including other macros, are only resolved upon expansion. X is undefined. X is defined, but Y is undefined. Okay, then you have that. Wait. What? How is that different? No, I don't understand that. Applied to external crate does not behave this way. Such declarations are effectively hoisted to the top of the module. Thus, assuming X is defined external module, the following holds. Oh, interesting. So we get X way out here, even though we did that. Okay, it's starting to hurt my brain. Finally know that these scoping behaviors apply to functions as well, the exception of macros, which isn't applicable. I don't get it. This is hurting my brain. X expands to calling Y. Okay. Yeah, if this isn't even applicable anymore, then maybe I should just skip this chapter. I'm just gonna skip it for now. Maybe I'll get back to that. I don't know. Yeah, let's skip this. Let's skip this. I'll get back to it if I need to. Oh, this is okay. I get it. There was the methodical introduction and the practical introduction. So this is going to repeat the same stuff, right? Don't skip. Okay. It was hurting my brain though. Let me see. Let me go back to scoping and try to repeat this. I missed something, I think. I get that they're visible in submodules. Even though we define it outside, they're visible here. Got it. They're only accessible after their definition. So it's undefined there. It's undefined there, but now it's defined. And, oh. It's not hoisted up by default, but later we saw it was hoisted if it would do an extern crate. Okay. Lexical order dependency applies even if you move the macro to an outer scope. So it's undefined there. Moved it to outer scope, now it's defined in both. Got it. It's scoped. Yes, it's scoped, but you have to declare it before it can be used. Okay, this is where I got lost. This dependency does not apply to macros themselves. What a horrible way to say that. Let me see if I can get it. At this point, x is undefined. Then we define x, but in terms of it'll expand to y. So here it's defined, but it expands, but then y is undefined, so it'll be a compiler error. Now we define y. This will expand x, and then expand the y. I got that. Now, what doesn't apply? Lexical order dependency. Oh, I think what they're saying is you can expand x even if y if y is undefined. X will still expand, and then it's not that we'll have trouble expanding x. We'll have trouble expanding the y after we've expanded x. Why do they say it that way? That's a weird way to say that. They can be exported from a module using the macro use attribute. Yes, so then we can use it out there. I got that. X uses y in its expansion before y is defined. This is allowed. Yes, invoking x causes the expansion to try to result right because of the multi-pass, right? So it would be the equivalent of just putting that directly here. It would just say y is undefined. I get that. Yep. It's just a weird way for them to say that, I think. But maybe I'm just not this. When they say that, they're depending on me remembering what that means. Anyway, I don't want to beat it up. We can export them so that we can use it. I got that. They can interact in bizarre ways. This I didn't really understand. Due to the fact that identifiers in a macro, including other macros, are only resolved upon expansion. Okay, so we have a with x undefined, right? So we're going to export our macros. We're going to make a macro x that expands to a bunch of stuff with y. Then we have y expand. I mean, a y defined. And so then we invoke x, which will expand to this, which will then expand to y. I think what they're saying here is that you don't need to have y defined when you defined x. You need to have y defined when you expand x. Why don't they just say that? Did you read the new Tokyo tutorial? No. I heard from one of you, I think it was in the Discord or something, that they finished the Tokyo tutorial. I should give it another try, shouldn't I? I gave up on it when their tutorial was not done, right? Okay. Macro use is applied to an external crate. See, I haven't used external crate, so I don't really understand it. Such declarations are hoisted to the top. Assuming X is define an external crate called Mac, the following holds. This is it just referring to this just says bring I need a crate outside of this crate, and I need you to go find the crate called Max and then bring its definitions into scope here under Max. And since we're using macro use, then we get an X defined. Okay, I get that. Why do they have to say it's hoisted to the top? Isn't that implied by that? Like, where else could you find what else would that do other than give you X? I don't get it. Macro use is no longer needed. So is it just by default hoisted out? They revamped it from the ground up. Oh, okay. That's cool. Not hoisted out, but hoisted up to the top of the file. Okay. So does that mean that you can't do something like this anymore? Because... Oh, you're saying it's no longer needed here because it will be brought out to the top of this file. Otherwise mod B would error. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Typer, you get a point. You're saying that the macro inside of here is hoisted to the top up here. That's why X is defined. Because X is defined the moment that we, it got hoisted out to the top of our file. Got it. When they say like the module, you know why that confuses me? Because look, we have at least 4 modules here. So when they say the module, I don't know if they mean the module that contains A, B, and C, or do they mean module A, or do they mean module B, do they mean module C? They might even mean the module, the root module of Max. I don't know. I hate it when people do that. They need to be very specific. They should say, hoisted to the top of the module containing the extern crate line. The dog is welcoming someone home. Hey there, Slayer Darth. It's going okay. I'm slogging through the dreaded Rust macros. Trying to understand how to do them. Oh, did I forget to say hi to someone? My chat overlay says, hey there, Ski Dog. How are you doing today? I think they're saying that line number doesn't matter. Yeah, okay, yeah. So let me give you a point too. Yep. You're both right. I didn't understand that. This confused me. When they say the module and there's like 3 modules, I'm like, which one? Atomic Nibble, how are you today? Yeah, I am trying to understand macros, Ski Dog. This is like brain melting. But look, I made a cat macro. Where was it? Where'd I put it? Where'd I put it? Was it in my other folder? Ah, there we go. Look, I made a cat macro. And I somewhat understand how it works too. Let's put this side by side. Split right, please. So this allows me to say cat with 2 expressions or cat with 1 expression, and it works kind of like a pattern match. So again, I'm what's the expression? Ducking? Oh, why can I never get this term right in my brain? I'm explaining it to test whether or not I understand it myself. This is a macro in Rust. Basically, it's replace this syntax tree with something else. And it gets more complicated in that you can have different variants of syntax. So this is basically saying this macro called cat can have 2 forms. It could be a macro that expands a single expression, or it could be a macro that expands 2 expressions with a comma between them. And it's smart enough to see that this first invocation, it's going to use this second arm here. The second invocation of the macro uses this first arm, and it's somewhat straightforward. This per ends up going into this X so that you basically fill in the blank, right? That's how macros are in general. So this is going to construct a cat whose favorite word is per. Actually, it's going to go this arm, right? Per is going to be the favorite word. Old is going to be the age. But then this one, it's going to go to the first arm and make it meow instead of per. It actually is pretty cool. It gets really crazy, though, when you start doing repetitions. So this says 0 or more expressions with commas after them. So it turns this into that. And the tricky thing here is that when you have a repetition, that you'll have one of these blocks, and that this is the thing that's repeated. So it kind of makes conceptual sense to me, but the syntax is a little weird. Can we do a quick cargo expand? What does cargo expand do? Am I gonna be running random chat commands? Yeah, I trust you guys. What does cargo expand do? No such subcommand. I'm assuming that this is something you guys have that I don't have. What was it supposed to do? What was cargo expand supposed to do? Or have you just debated me? I had to install it. Okay. Is this gonna rickroll me? Pushing X items to the array, basically. Yeah, it seems a bit monk-esque, definitely. Okay, I'm about to get debated or rickrolled, and that's fine. I don't mind being rickrolled once in a while. After all, my name is Richard, so if I'm rickrolled, I'm just being rolled. My account is yours now, I see. What are we getting here? We're certainly expanding what we're downloading. And we're compiling a bunch of junk. Let me see if I can guess what this is going to do. I'm going to guess it's going to look at our workspace and give us some kind of report about it that's expanded? I don't know. Or is it going to expand all of our macros in our code? Okay, that's my guess. That's my final answer. It's going to expand all our macros for us. Totally not a virus. Sure, community website? Sure, that's fine. I might not be able to look too much at it right now, but I definitely will put it in the notebook and look at it later. You can also share it in the Discord too if you want. Yeah, there are a lot of dependencies. There are 145 dependencies. It kind of reminds me of NPM. Actually, while we're waiting, I might as well click it. And I was totally not rickrolled there. We're waiting anyway, so I'm just going to open it up. So many opportunities to rickroll me today. You guys aren't doing it. You guys are just too nice. Okay. That's pretty cool. I don't know anything about making websites that look nice. Ooh, look at that. That's pretty cool. Make a tool called Bitly. It used to rickroll a lot of because people think it's the actual Bitly. That's neat. I like it. Let me hold on. I'm hitting the wrong buttons here. Let me put that in my notebook so I don't lose it. Oh, I'll check it out in depth a little bit later. Oh, unless... Oh, you said that there... Oh, did I already close it? Hold on. Left words. Left the end. There we go. Line up. Some familiar faces. Ah, I see Mr. Sir. Yes. Where's Adam, though? Come on! Hope he'd add me on there. I don't know if I'm that good. Oh, live coders. Okay. You want to add me to live coders? I'll have to read more about this later. Looks cool, though. Okay, anyway, where should be... Okay, here we go. I'm ready to be rickrolled. No! I need to have nightly. I don't have nightly. Okay, it just needs to be installed, but not to be the default. Okay, let's see if I remember how to do this. Rust up. Install or get? I don't see it there. Show, update, check. I guess it would be tool chain. Ah. Install. Okay, you got me to install nightly. How long is this going to take? Too rusty for Rust? I don't want to default it to nightly. I'm not going to do that. Yeah, we're just going to install it. I want to default it to stable. I really don't like being on the cutting edge or anything. In fact, let me make sure. Default Will it show me what the default is? Yeah, I want this default to be stable. I don't mind it being installed. Let's see what it does. It's a virtual manifest. This command requires running against an actual package in the workspace. So, okay, we'll go to macros. And we'll do... I think I know what this is going to do then. It's going to expand all my macros, isn't it? There it goes. It did it right in the terminal. Wow. There's my cat. What are all of these? What is all that stuff? Oh, is that the debug statements? This must be all the debug statements that I did, right? Wow. Okay. I can barely read that. There's the print statement, and then we're saying we're going to format the arguments. Okay. It's an elaborate print statement to print it for debugging. Hey, look at that. I got it right. That's exactly what I had guessed, right? For that expansion here. That's exactly right. Look at that code. Can you undo that? I mean, we can just remove the debugs, right? We don't really need them. It's going to make the code a lot cleaner now, right? There we go. You know what would be cool is if it showed the original alongside with the expanded. Right now I have to, like, compare the two. Right? There's our dead rule. That's pretty cool. And there's our print line right there. Okay, I like it. Thank you for sharing. Cargo expand. All right. I need to continue my slog through this. Or do I? Do I really need to read about follow set ambiguity restrictions? I'd rather play a game, actually, to tell you the truth. Cargo expand, expanded RRs? Yeah, I guess we could do that. So I could say, like, yeah, I know what you're saying. And then I can put this on the side. Like, how do I do that? Like that? There we go. And then sort of side by side? Yeah. And there's my cats. And there's the dead rule. What I was thinking it would be cool to do is if it showed it like this. Right? If it put a comment above that and maybe delimited it. This is what I would have done. I would have done this. Because if we're expanding it just to see it, that's what I would have done. I'd be like, oh, okay, that expanded to that. Timon, by the way, hello? Anyway, that's cool. Okay. Okay, these are just saying that there are certain rules. Did I skip around the wrong place? I did. I'm totally in the wrong document. I need to be... Wait a minute. Where am I? I don't know how I got here. Oh, wait. I think I do know how I got here. This is the wrong tab. I should be on this tab. Okay. Yeah, this is where I was, right? I was trying to figure this stuff out. This puts X at the top as if it was way up here, so that it's defined. But that's not defined yet. It's defined here, so now we can use it here and here. I got that. Dumps the compiler AST. Are you talking about the cargo expand or something else? Anyway, note that these scoping behaviors apply to functions as well, with the exception of... Okay, yeah. Apply to functions as well. Scoping behaviors. So that is a function, right? Oh, I see. When y expands, it's a function. Oh, this is their way of telling me that when you expand x, you'll get that. Oh, hold on, wait a minute. Oh, expand x... Wait a minute, that becomes a function... Oh, right, that becomes a function call. Yeah, what am I thinking? This expands to that. And that expands to that. Actually, it expands to that. So it's not even really a function. Yeah, it's not a function. I keep thinking these are functions. These are arms of a macro. Right. So this is just substituting twice to get a string. Okay. And then in here, this is also true. And then I didn't know you could do that. You can redefine a macro. Okay. So it's just going to take the new y. Oh, but it's scoped. So outside the scope, y reverts to being that. Okay. Is that all they were trying to tell me? Too many JavaScript arrow functions. Yeah. That... I don't know. I don't know why. It shouldn't have... It's a single... It's a minus greater than is a return value for a function, right? Where do I even have one of those? Here, right? I should have known that this was not a return value. That's an arm for a match. So there are no functions here. Yeah, one more. Okay, I got it. These scoping rules are why a common piece of advice is to place all macros which should be accessible crate-wide at the very top of the root module. So so they went through this whole chapter of explaining all the weird rules at the end, saying, well, you just avoid those weird rules by putting at the top consistently. All right, I love it. All right. 2 ways to expose a macro to a wider audience. Right. I'm wary of this because you guys were telling me that something about this changed since they wrote this manual, right? Either modules or crates. Macros can be exported. You should know why they are always on top after all. Yeah. I mean, it's like to avoid ambiguity, you just make it consistently at first and in a reasonable order. This ignores all... Wait a minute, what? Ignores all visibility. All right, there's no pub here. No private public. Okay, given the following definition of the library at max, the following will work as expected. X is defined because there with... Wait, what? I don't get that. They exported despite them being private. Oh, they said that earlier, right? That macros are all... Oh, no, it's because of that. Okay, never mind. You love feature decal macro. I don't know what that means. Okay, so when you say macro export, it's available outside the package, but it's not available here because we're not outside yet. This only applies to what we see from outside. So that's why it works here. And we had to do that. Why? So, okay, so you need both then? You need to export it out of that module, and then if it's in another crate, you have to do a use to pull it out. You can only macro use an external crate. Got it. Oh, from the root. Is that saying you can only do macro use in the root module? Or is that saying you can only macro use an external crate from the... What is it saying here? That's ambiguous. This chapter is about ambiguity. It even describes things ambiguously. We'll get this table someday, or is it one of those external nightly features? Yeah. So I guess I'm getting dangerously close to learning stuff in Rust, which is not entirely stable. Not entirely stable here. Why didn't you tell me? What line was that? Not entirely stable. I'm glad you're here to tell us these things. That's Empire Strikes Back, by the way. I don't know, I'm getting loopy. I think it's because I haven't eaten lunch yet. When importing macros in external crate, you can control which macros you import. Oh. Oh, you can be picky choosy. Got it. When exporting macros, it's often useful to refer to non-macro symbols in the defining crate. Because crates can be renamed, there's a special substitution variable, crate. This will always expand to an absolute path prefix to the containing crate. Got it. Note that this does not work for macros. Wait, what? Oh, it's when exporting them, but inside you can't do that? Since macros do not interact with regular name resolution anyway, thus you cannot use something like crate y to refer to a particular macro within your crate. The implication combined with selective imports is that there is currently no way to guarantee that any given macro... So you can, basically you can take an internal macro and replace it, and there's no way to stop you. That's outdated? Okay. So I shouldn't really look at this too closely then. It's much better to look at the nightly version of what? That's a gist of some kind. What are we looking at? Hold on. Looking at a gist. Again, you didn't rickroll me. How many opportunities have I given you now? Oh. Or anyway. Oh, this is new. Oh, this is what you mean by declarative macro, so it's like a cleaner syntax. You don't have to say macro rules, and it looks like a function rather than having an arm. That's cool. That looks really slick. You just need one more, yeah. Hold on, what happened here? Oh, right, now we're on the practical introduction. Do I really care about this chapter? What? Wait. So this is just an alternative introduction, right? So maybe we don't need to do this chapter. If I just... It's not that long. Oh, it is kind of long. I'm going to skip it. I think it's just another introduction. Let's move to patterns. Parsing and expanding patterns. What an intro. What an intro. Callbacks. There we go. To the order that macros are expanded in, it is, as of Rust, really ancient, impossible to pass information to a macro from the expansion of another macro. Right. Alternatives to use recursion and pass a callback. I get that. Yes, because of how your arguments are all fully expanded abstract syntax trees. If you made it this far, you're not here for the clever writing. I don't know. I just expected more. I don't know. Some witty comment of some sort. Okay. So let me see if I understand what they're getting at here. I kind of don't like it when they begin a chapter with a barf of some code, right? It's like, what am I supposed to get out of this? I guess I'm supposed to just try to figure it out and then read that, or am I supposed to skip it, read this, and then come back up here? Recognize tree, expand to large. Right, expand to large is just large. We don't know what large is yet. So this will give larch whatever it is to recognize tree, and it should print that, right? I don't know what's going to do. Call with larch, recognize tree. Wait, what? Oh, that's an identifier, right? Yes, identifier. And it's going to then invoke it like a macro with larch. Okay. I don't get it. Is it going to go into this arm then? Or not? I don't know. Oh, wait. This one, it will go into here because that we know about that when we're expanding it. But this one, it won't know that. It'll just see some token tree. Let me see if I'm right. I gotta put this into the sandbox, right? Rust sandbox. That didn't work. Rust programming. Rust playground, there we go. Run it. Yeah, okay, I was right. This one, it could recognize it as large. This one, because of, can I make that smaller? No. Because it expands to that first, and then we can't use the expansion in these arms. It doesn't match large at all. It's like some other token tree. That's what it is. Yeah. It doesn't know what it is. Okay, I got it. All right, cool. You jealous that core and standard use declarative macros even on stable? How can they get away with that? Do they use future or something? Or they just have special ways of using things that aren't available to everyone else yet? Okay, alternative is use recursion and pass a callback. Here's a trace of the above to demonstrate how this takes place. Recognize tree expand to large. Right, so you just get these tokens and you're like, I don't know what it is. Right, and that's recursive. Got it. Okay, using token tree repetition, one can also forward arbitrary arguments to a callback. So callback macro, and then here is the syntax tree, and it's going to match and be destructured into an identifier, and then 0 or more tokens inside. And it expands to invoke that as a macro. Oh, I see. It's calling the callback. It's expanding the callback macro twice. And in the inner one, this is the inner syntax tree. And then print line is another macro. And then its argument is just a string. Okay, I got it. Because if you didn't do it that way, what would happen? If we didn't have the callback, I should just test it out and see. Right here. Run. This was unnecessary, but if I remove that, it's going to have a problem, right? No. Hold on, then I don't understand what they're telling me. Oh, okay. They're not telling me that you have to do it this way. They're saying you can because you can just peel off one identifier at a time and you call it recursively. Okay. Yeah, I know print line is a macro also, so the inner thing has to be a macro. Otherwise, that's not going to work. I get that. I was trying to understand why were they demonstrating like nesting it in to be 2 expansions and not just, or 3 expansions instead of 2. I didn't quite get that. All right. Incremental TT munchers. That almost sounds obscene. It's token tree munchers. Where's your mind? Your dirty mind in the gutter. Okay. The most powerful macro parsing technique available, allowing one to parse grammars of significant complexity. It's a recursive macro that works by incrementally processing its input step one at a time. I think I can see the point is to have this trailer here, and what comes before it is what we're peeling off one piece at a time, and we have different arms. Yeah, I get it. And as long as you keep under the recursion limit, then you're fine, right? can expand macros here. Tools expand. Oh, you can? Tools expand. I don't see tools expand macros. Where is it? You mean in the playground? So I could go here and tools expand macros. Yes. What is it? Right. And I put that back. What does it do? Yes. Okay, it didn't really print anything differently. We don't see the different passes. So it'd be really cool if it actually showed the different passes, but I guess it's not gonna. Okay. It still makes me laugh that like they use that phrase. Oh my goodness. All right, whatever. It's interesting to me that they never spell out what that's token tree. They did that once, like really early on, and I keep saying token tree on purpose so that I remember what it stands for. Token trees, yes. Why don't they ever say? Shouldn't they say incremental token tree muncher? Makes me think of a wood chipper too. Bzz, bzz. Okay, the unprocessed part of the input is always captured as 0 or more tokens trees. Yes, that makes sense. Basically, it's a stand-in for anything. This followed by anything. This followed by anything. The only hard restrictions on these are the recursion limit, right? Oh, you can only match against literals and grammar constructs, which can be captured by macro rules. You cannot match on. Yeah, I knew that. They said early on you have to balance your parentheses. Trees love trees. It's more like trees are inside of trees. Your dog. We heard you like trees, so we put trees in your trees, so you can munch while you munch. I don't know. And anyway, that was horrible. I didn't say that. You didn't hear me say that. You can't prove anything. No one hit that clip button. Oh, don't do it. Yeah, I'm getting loopy. That's what happens when your blood sugar is low from not eating. Yeah, keep the macro recursion and limit in mind. You know what we did for that? We set ours to be over 9,000. That was important. Have to have your recursion limit over 9,000. Okay, anyway. Moving on. I hope I'm making this mildly entertaining, if not too cringy. Yeah, I don't know what that @ sign means yet. Any public macro must bring with it all other macros it depends on. This can lead to pollution of the global macro namespace. It can also cause confusion users who attempt to selectively import. Yeah, of course. Good solution is to conceal what would be otherwise public macros inside the macro being exported. Shows how the common as expression macro could be moved into the publicly exported. Oh, I see. By using the TT thing. I just don't know what that means. It's just a token? Like an arbitrary token? So they can use it here, and then it matches itself in another arm? I kind of get that. Oh, I see. It's self-referential. Right. So, any kind of token tree, it'll come in here first, and it'll say, we'll expand that as this in front of that token tree. And then it'll go into here and do the final expansion to just that expression. Okay. Trees in your trees. Oh, you didn't have to do that. I totally fooled you into doing that. It's all part of my master plan. Okay. It's to distinguish between the expression and the token tree. It looks to me like this is just a placeholder to match up here. So this expression has to be the original token tree, right? That's the only way it would work. using at that is not used in prefix position. As such, it cannot conflict with anything. Other symbols or unique prefixes may be used as desired, but use of at has started to become widespread, so using it may aid readers in understanding your code. It was previously used in prefix position to denote a garbage collected pointer. There were garbage collected pointers in Rust at one point? Good. I'm glad they removed it before I learned the language. There's no garbage collection in Rust. We have no garbage. Rust is pristine. Unspoiled. There's no such thing as garbage. So, yeah, this is part of Rust's sordid past, I guess, that you guys used to have garbage collection. And you call yourself a pure language. Okay, internal rules often come before any bare rules. Avoid issues with macro rules incorrectly attempting to parse an internal invocation. Yeah, so basically it's saying you'll never have this in a normal argument to the macro, so we're putting that there to force you into this arm. I get it. All right. Okay, you can combine all your internal macros into a single uber macro. How would this work here? Oh, it's not showing all of this, just showing some of them. I get it. All right. Okay. I'm getting tired. How much further do I have to go? I think I can make it through. What do you think? I could probably make it through that. Push down accumulation. My goodness. My brain is going to be toast at the end of today. All right. I know what they're playing at here. These are all internal rules. We'll always enter the macro here. So we'll always have an expression followed by a token tree with a semicolon between them. Like that. We're going to take the expression and assign it to a variable called e, immutable. Then we're going to re-enter our macro going along the accumulate arm. Oh, that's clever. So n is that token tree. If the token tree is 0, 1, 2, or 3, we'll go into one of these arms. If it's anything else, what does that mean? It just reduces to, like if this was 4, it would just be 4? Yeah, right? No, that's not a cube, it's as expression. So it wouldn't match. You couldn't use a 4 there. Can I verify that? Can I say that and then do that inside of here? This will work. It's just going to say it's unused, but if I say a 4 here, it's probably going to be an error. Yeah, no rules expand to token 4. Okay, I was right. I'm glad when I'm right. So you have to use 0, 1, 2, or 3 here because otherwise when you reach this expansion, it doesn't match any arm unless it's 0, 1, or 2, or 3. What's this? Even after all that, you got confused by that question? Uh-oh. Am I ready for a brain bending question? Let's see if I can do it. We already know Papadas del Papa got confused by this, so what hope do I have? I don't know. What's the output of this Rust program? Okay. Let x, which is a byte, equal 3. A const is like a let, but it's compiled, known at compile time, right? I hardly ever use const. And then the m macro, which will expand to do printing. Well, it's going to expand to another macro invocation on x and k. So that'll expand in place with those identifiers preserved. I think it will be 3, 4, won't it? I'm probably wrong. Why? I'm just going to assume that I'm wrong. Why would it be 1, 2, and not 3, 4? I think I'm right, actually. Answer. Nope, of course I'm wrong. Pretty obscure knowledge. Is it having to do with the fact that they're bytes? And that when you print a byte, you get ASCII or something instead? So what does that tell me? Actually, no. I think I'm going down the wrong road with that. It maybe has to do with the fact that it's a constant. Does it have to? I don't know constant. I'm guessing it has something to do with the rules of constants and scopes. So I'm gonna guess that it's 32. Nope. You solved it in 4 tries? Okay, I've already failed on 2 tries. So yeah, what's the obscure knowledge? It has something to do either with const or with the scope and how it interacts with the macro expansion. Fundamentally, X and K, whether you're inside this scope or outside, they are identifiers. And so we're not going to put these numbers literally in here. These are going to remain identifiers. So it should expand to whereas if we did a print, if we just put that line here, right? Would it be that it doesn't compile because const, you can't redefine a constant? Nope. That's 3. As with macro hygiene, took you 2 tries. Well, X doesn't need to be defined until you expand the print macro, right? And I'm guessing the way that expands is that's an identifier? Actually, how would that expand? I think the key would be how does print expand? What does it interpret X and K to be? I need a hint. Hygiene and macro rules only apply to local variables. I have no idea what they mean by hygiene, though. Only apply to local variables. So what? It's 12? Which would be really bizarre. Nope. Oh, print isn't the macro rules? It's not? Okay, then. Procedural macro. Okay, which are the scary ones that I'm not going to get to today, I think. And then I have no clue. Let's reveal. Prints 14. 1, 4. Because hygiene only applies on a local variable. You can imagine hygiene as a way of assigning a color to each mention of the name of a local variable, allowing there to be multiple distinguishable local variables in scope simultaneously with the same name. At the top of main, suppose we consider the name of the local variable X to be a purple X. So that's purple X, and that's whatever color they're going to say next. Okay, constants are considered items rather than local okay. See, I didn't know constants. I knew it had something to do with either the let, const, or the scoping. Within the declaration, the macro identifiers they're being used. So, okay, so it picks up X, but K has something different. There is no local variable K in scope, so the K within the declaration, right, it doesn't pick that up, basically, so it's going to pick up, no, the other way around. It picks this up, but it doesn't pick up that one, it picks that one up instead. But I don't really understand why, because I don't know what this obscure rule, I guess. Hey there, Musean. Pity me. I am in macro hell, trying to learn macros. Okay, say orange. Next, we enter a new scope delimited by curly braces containing another x and a k. Every new local variable always introduces a new color, so x is now blue, which we won't use inside the macro because the macro was defined within the scope of knowing about x. I kind of get that. The constant again is not a local variable, so no color is assigned to it. When it expands, the expanded code refers to purple x and orange k. The purple x is distinguished from the blue x. Value of the purple x is printed with 1. As for the k, an unhygienic, uncolored... Oh, so hygienic... I get it. Hygienic is when they were talking about how to distinguish between two variables with the same name depending on scope of when the macro was defined versus when it was used. K is allowed to act like any color, so it just picks the inner one. All right. Got it. Okay. I don't think I would have gotten it even if I kept guessing. Yeah, these questions, these quiz questions are always kicking my butt every time I try them. Great for interview questions for hiring someone to work on the Rust compiler, probably. But I can't imagine it being anything more than like brain teasers. Yeah, we're avoiding procedural macros, Museum, today. I don't want to go completely insane, so I'm just sticking to declarative macros. And maybe do procedural macros once I've fortified myself with some practice and I'm able to jump into the next level of hell. Yeah, I think this is cool that you can embed other macros, so to speak, by using this placeholder token that gets removed. It's only inserted here to be removed for, when it matches again in the recursive call. Yes, all macros must result in complete syntax element. That means it's impossible to have it expand to a partial construct. That's why when I tried it with 4, it didn't work. You think that they're easier? Well, Museum, you're like a Rust god, so I don't know. Everyone else is saying procedural macros were intense. Literally just Rust operating on a token stream and outputting a token stream. Oh, here's Mr. Balrog. Hey there, Mr. Balrog. How are you today? Yeah, have the eye of the tiger and the heart of the lion, and now a manhunt on you from Holy Basket. What? Well, Mr. Balrog, I like to tell dad jokes. Sometimes he even laughs. That's my dad joke today. I'm repeating it for you because you weren't here before. So, you're welcome. You can go ahead and do not like this, or what face, or fail fish if you wish. I am known for my terrible dad humor. Mr. Balrog is the king of dad jokes, if you didn't know. All right, anyway. One might hope that you could express it more directly as this. The expectation is that the expansion would proceed like this, yes. However, this would require each intermediate step to expand to an incomplete expression. Okay, what's the difference here? The difference is... Oh, that it has to... It has to... hold on. I don't quite understand it yet. Wait, what? Arrow. And then the difference here is that they don't have this arrow with the TT munching going on. Yeah. You have to preserve the tokens and not pull them in yet. Here they pulled them in right away, so that can't be expanded. This won't fit somewhere else, right? Actually, don't even see if I understand this right. Accumulate, and so it would be E, comma, Actually, I don't understand this then. Each intermediate step to expand to an incomplete expression. Incomplete expression. Incomplete expression. I don't get it. I need to back up a little bit. They get scary when you have macro rules produce internal macro rules that are co-recursive. Oh, you mean like when you have two of them that are bouncing off each other? This is just one that's invoking itself recursively. So I think I'll be able to understand this. I don't quite get it though. What's wrong with that? It expands to this. Yeah, you would think that that would, but they're saying even if the intermediate results will never be used outside, it's still forbidden. It's forbidden because that's not an expression. Is that what they're trying to tell me? That this is not an expression. No. Maybe? That this is not an expression? I'm lost. Imagine a foo that creates a temporary macro rules bar and n arms that then calls back to foo. Yeah, so bouncing off of each other. When we're going to make our own derive? I don't know if I'll be able to get to it today. I did macro rules. Look at my cat. By default, it meows. But you can change its favorite word if you want. So you can have it purr instead of meow. All right. I need to back up a little bit. Maybe I need to absorb this for a second. So we're going to enter the macro here. It has exactly two things, well, three things in it if you count the semicolon. So it's got an expression, string from high, and it's got a token tree, which in this case is 3. It will expand to define a variable e, which then you'll put 3 in place of there, and init array macro with this tree, or this AST, and that AST will match this one, if it's 3. Okay, and then the expression at this level is e.clone. And this token tree is empty. So then it's going to expand to another invocation with this AST. Where this was empty. Oh, but then you put a 3 in there. Okay, so each step you add another 3 comma in place of the body. Oh, that's weird. So it's building it inside out, sort of. So by the end, when you get to here, this body will be 3 comma 3 comma 3 comma, right? And then that ends up just dumping it the input expression. Okay. Now let me try to understand this one. This one will expand to... That's interesting. They're different. It's doing it inside out the other way, right? If this was one direction, this is trying to do it from the other direction. Like outside in or something. Why does the military insist on wearing uniform? To minimize casualties. Mr. Balrog's got a million of those. Okay. I'm sorry that it's taking me a while to digest this, but yeah, it might be because it's past 4 hours. And I have trouble when I'm hungry. Most of the times you use macro rules when there's a lot of repetition. It makes sense, right? Like this vector expansion. when you're going to remove this repetition, right? By just taking the thing that's not repeated and making and dissolving away the repeated part into the macro. That makes total sense. Stamping out boring code, and that's probably what I'll end up using it for. I've run into that a lot in past work, where there's just where you want to strip out the repetitive part from the non-repetitive part. That sounds like a perfect thing. Okay, so I want to grok this though. So if n in this case is 3, wait a minute. This is defined differently, isn't it? No, it's defined the same. This is 3. So it's going to do a cum3 e. And that will expand to actually, we already have a problem that expanded to something that doesn't make sense, right? This is going to expand to, yeah, what is that? No, I don't get it. Is map result unwrap better than map x to x dot unwrap? I would think so. Well, we don't want the panic to happen, but if it does, we'll know that we got ourselves into it on purpose, right? Macro by example, okay. Is the name for it technically. Macro rules is sort of a cool word because you can say, you can move the S around and say macros rule. That's what I keep seeing when I see that. Macros rule. I don't get it. Let me read their explanation. All macros in Rust must result in a complete supported syntax element, such as... Oh, I think I see what they're saying. This is not a complete syntax element somehow. This would require each step to expand to an incomplete expression. How is this an incomplete expression? This is not an expression? I still don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe I'll come back to this later. Push down, however, allows us to incrementally build up a sequence of tokens without needing to actually have a complete construct at any point prior to completion. The given example at the top, the sequence looks like this. As you can see, each layer adds to the accumulated output until the terminating rule finally emits it as a complete construct. I just don't get it. Macros rule, yeah. They're ruling my mind right now. The only critical part of the above formation is to use the token tree, 0 or more, to preserve the output without triggering parsing. Is that the key? Is the triggering of parsing? Yeah, I got this part, that they're making it look like it's returning something, but it's just a convention. It's just like using this prefix thing. It gets stripped out, so they can use this thing and they can use this construct, and it gets stripped out by the end. I don't... Oh, wait. I think I might be getting it. I see what the problem is. Here, each intermediate step is a macro invocation. Here, this is not a macro invocation. This is like a macro invocation inside of some kind of array syntax, which doesn't make sense, right? It's using the pattern. Yeah, it's just a token. It's a placeholder token, right? It's so that they can show they can strip that away, and then that's what we haven't parsed yet. Yeah. So in this case, it's all of this junk hasn't been parsed yet, right? And only parse it when we get to here. Yeah, because you can't form an array until you have everything ready to put into it. I think that's the key, right? You can't make an array without having everything completely inside of it. So this is not a valid array. This is not a valid array. This is not. This is, but these are not valid arrays. Because this is not an expression. It's a macro invocation. Okay, I think I weakly understand it. Can't take any more? I'm sorry. I should probably finish up. How far am I close? Yeah, sorry, I'm hitting this to death because I'm trying to hammer it into my brain. To preserve the output. Yeah, okay, let's move on. Repetition replacement. This pattern is where a matched repetition sequence is simply discarded. Yeah, we're using sub and we're not using the T. With the variable being used to instead drive some repeated pattern that is related to the input only in terms of length. Tuple with 12 elements, the limit as of 1.2. Tuple default. Place expression. I see. So it's going to be a tuple with as many of these as we have inputs. What's replace expression do? We were not actually using the matched types. Instead, we throw them away and instead replace them with a single repeated expression, which is this default. Oh, this is ty, right? Okay. I think I'm gonna have to call it here because I don't my mind has gone off track with this stuff. How much further do I have to go? I don't know if I'll continue this tomorrow or actually tomorrow's Wednesday. I can't stream tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to continue this Thursday or not, but I have to call it here. So anyway, I hope you enjoyed all the macro learning. That ook example is something else. Well, I'll leave it for another time. Is what I'll do. Let me just call it here. We'll find someone else to raid, and then I'll actually go get a chance to eat something. Wouldn't that be nice? Okay, who we got streaming right now? Mr. Balrog, you're streaming? You have your 24/7 stream going, I think. Who do I feel like rating? 24/7, yeah. I haven't seen Zeratar stream in a long time. Am I just like not seeing when he is, or are we on different schedules or something? It's February, wow. Dedication. Gotten very sporadic. I'm gonna be sporadic myself for a while, I think. Working on his driver's license, good for him. Huh. I don't know. Hold on, let me check. Oh, Team Talama is doing a 10-hour stream. First game in Unreal Engine. How about we just give her a host? So click on that link right there. Mute that. All right. Too late for you to do a dev stream at the moment? Your brain won't work. Yeah, my brain has stopped working. This is why I have to go. I'm going to rate Team Talama. Team Talama, she is working on making a game in Unreal Engine. So she's learning C++, like I'm learning Rust. And she's using it to make a game. And she's doing a 10-hour stream today, which is a big thing. So let's go say hi. And I hope to see you guys the next time. Probably it's going to be on Thursday, because I usually can't stream on Wednesdays. But anyway, please enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for being here. I hope that I didn't frustrate you too much with me trying to learn macros. We'll get back to this some other time. And take care, and I will see you next time. Bye. Bye-bye. Where's the button? There it is. Bye-bye.